Councillor Garrity. Right. Nothing else. Number 2, I have already signed the minutes, and I'll go through for matters arising. I'll just pick them up if I can. What have I got? In my haste to be efficient, I handed on a copy of the minutes to the Chief Executive. I've got them back now. So we'll go through and deal matters arising on the minutes, and that's our meeting on the 21st of October. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10. Councillor Smith, are you waving, or do you want to come in there? No, that's okay. Page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15, page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19, page 20, page 21, page 22, page 23, page 24, page 25, page 26. Page 27 is only the signatures. I don't think I have to do these other ones. That's it. Thank you. I'll just hand these back to the Chief Executive. We'll go now and deal with the reports. So down, I'm going to deal with item 7 later, but we'll deal with item 8, and that's to note the schedule of planning decisions issued in October 2020, paper D. Any queries? Councillor Thompson, are you proposing?
Proposed, Chairman.
Thank you. Could I have a second? Councillor Robinson, seconding.
Seconding.
Thank you very much. All agreed? Agreed. Thank you. On to item 9, and that is to consider the planning appeals update for October 2020, paper E. Any questions? Councillor Deehan, are you proposing?
Proposed, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Josephine. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second, Robert.
Councillor Robinson, thanks very much, Paul. All agreed? Great, thank you. Item number 10, and that's to note update report on planning enforcement October 2020, paper F. Any questions? No, could a proposer, Councillor Thompson?
Proposed to note, Chairman.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got Councillor Rainey. Yes, Alan? Do you want some information on that, Councillor Rainey? Will it do afterwards, or do you want it now? Deirdre, can you? Sorry, I've got a query in on paper F from Councillor Rainey. I'm just not sure if he's plugged in. Are you plugged in, Alan? I mean, your head. Just try your button there. Oh, sorry, I'm talking to Councillor Rainey at the moment.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
That's I got you now. Yep, got you.
I suppose my question is it on a farm complex? Those buildings, or are they on private? Is it a new enterprise? I don't need to know anything more than that at this stage.
I'm not 100% sure. All I know is that it's a submission notice, so they're already erected, and we're asking for them to submit a planning application. In those two cases, number 3 and 4 are both submission notices.
I see, yeah.
So we're asking for them to submit an application because they haven't got permission to date.
All right.
Happy enough, Councillor Rainey?
Well, yeah. At this stage, yes. I really wondered, what the difficulty was there. If it was on a farming complex, an existing farming complex, I wondered why they had to go for planning permission.
Yep, that's okay. Councillor Maguire, are you proposing noting the new paper?
Yeah, happy to propose, Chair.
Tommy, could you turn your camera on, please? Just to let me know you're there. Thanks.
I have
Could
the
I have a
camera on,
seconder then?
Chair. The camera is on, Chair.
Oh, is it? It's not showing on my screen, but that's beside. We'll see. We'll try and get that sorted. Thanks anyway, Tommy. I need a seconder for that paper, please.
Seconded, Chair.
Councillor O'Reilly. Thanks, Thomas. Okay, all agreed? Great. Idri, are we ready to go and take item 11 now, just as a report at BPN? Yeah, we'll go to item 11. That's to consider a report on serving the building preservation notice. That's paper G.
Okay, members, this came before you last month, and it followed a request from the Department for Economies. Had requested the council to serve a BPN on a property at Coe Road. They are of the view that the building is obviously worthy of listing. Just by way of update, since that last meeting, the building has now been demolished, and obviously because it's demolished, we can't proceed to list it. But in terms of the BPN, I suppose I would still want members' views on whether they feel it was appropriate in situations like this to serve a BPN. There had been some concerns last month that this was being done without the applicant's knowledge. Obviously, that's no longer the case. The applicant was consulted by HED, and as a result of that consultation, they went out and they demolished the building in order to avoid listing. We also have a current planning application for a replacement of that, and how we proceed with that is something that we're going to have to consider. But obviously, in terms of members' views, we can't serve a BPN now because there's nothing to serve a BPN on. But I suppose I would just be interested to know if members were of the view that that would be an appropriate action to take in cases like this.
Tommy, did you want to comment? Your hand's still up. Councillor Maguire, sorry.
Chair, well, I haven't really thought of a question just as yet, but obviously with this news now, it's very strange circumstance.
Yep.
So no, I'm happy enough to remain silent in the meantime.
No, that's okay. Thomas.
Thanks, Chair. I suppose that's a very hypothetical question that Deirdre poses, and certainly, we are not in a position to be able to give a view on that until you see case by case what the circumstances are. But I certainly would be of the view that
I agree.
before any action would be taken on these, that they would be brought to the committee.
Okay. Members will note that there is correspondence sort of linked to this under correspondence in terms of guidelines provided for this. Obviously, sort of my interest in getting members' views as to whether they feel that this was a building that they thought might be worthy of investigating and listing is because we do have an application for a replacement dwelling on it. And obviously that is something that will be material in the consideration of that application.
Councillor Smith, Chris.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I suppose it's a difficult hypothetical to kind of think about, but I suppose just in very general terms, I suppose I was really uncomfortable with the whole way that the system was, where that we would be putting effectively a protection order to stop, to stop any further development afterwards. So I suppose generally, in those sort of situations, I would be reluctant to put the order on, and I suppose that's just my view. It's not the view of the committee, but in a very general sense, I would be reluctant, and I think it would be used as a very much as and sparingly, you know. Chair, thanks.
Okay, Chris, thank you very much. Do we have any other comments from members? Councillor Deehan, Josephine? Josephine, you're muted. That's
you, Chair. Apologies. No, you will recall that at last month's meeting, I did speak in support of the recommendation. You know, I think that it is important to listen to the advice of HED regarding buildings that are of architectural interest and worth preserving. You know, I wouldn't have any expertise in this area, and I would be relying on HED to give an opinion on the matter. I suppose the critical question is whether we as planners or as planning committee members believe that there are buildings out there that are worth preserving in terms of our architectural heritage, and my position would be that I support that. I want to see buildings of historic interest preserved, and I would take the advice of that division. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. Any other comments? Councillor Coyle, John?
Thank you, Chair. No, I think at the last meeting, it seemed committee members felt that it was kind of going behind, you know, people's backs. We have, you know, our constituents. We would like to preserve our historic buildings, but I think that the way HED went around was not acceptable to the committee. We would like to work collaboratively together, you know, in doing this. And when an application comes up, you know, to highlight all historic, you know, the building has been there for, you know, there's many, many buildings over our district that's been there for years. And haven't been, you know, approaching the owners for past, very behind people's backs in our view the last time. So it needs to be, you know, open and transparent, you know, the planning staff and HED going forward.
Right, I'm taking it, thank you very much, John. I'm taking it that there's no great thrust to retrospectively put a BPN on the building that is no longer there, but that we consider each application or notification from the department in regard to BPN on their merits individually. Is that a good enough synopsis, basically, of what people are thinking?
Sorry, could I just add, Chair?
Yep.
Obviously, we can't put on a retrospective BPN. It was just really to gauge views. Normally, this is something that is delegated to officers, and in most cases, when it comes to BPN, we're very clear if someone's worthy of listening or not. This particular case was unusual in that we didn't feel we had the expertise to assess a building of this nature. It is, after all, a tin building, but obviously HED had indicated how unique it was. But in terms of being open and transparent, we'd see what happens when we are open and transparent and inform owners of buildings about potential listing. They go out and they demolish them. And that's something we have to be very careful about going forward. The whole idea of the building preservation notice is to protect it while they actually assess the need for listing, which can take a long time. So that protects it for 6 months. So normally, as I say, this is not something that we would be alerting owners to immediately, because as we can see, and unfortunately this is not the first time this has happened, it is quite common that when somebody knows their building is going to be listed, they will go out and demolish it to avoid listing in the future.
Right, thanks, Deirdre. I think we've noted the comments. We've noted your comments as well in regard to the approach taken, and I fully appreciate that this was an unusual building. I think we just need to take these things on a case-by-case basis, and if it comes back in front of the committee again, then we will have experience from hindsight, and we'll just deal with any situation that comes across us again. Could I just take take, I suppose, a proposer and seconder to note that written and verbal update. Councillor Thompson proposed.
Yeah, happy enough to propose, Chairman.
Yep, and a seconder, please.
Second, Chair.
Thank you, Thomas. Councillor O'Reilly, thank you. We'll deal with the correspondence. I mean, I would just note that's under 2.1. That was in regard to what we just discussed. So if I could have a proposer and seconder just to note, please.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Deirdre, yes.
Can I just add, that is actually, that's actually referring to the consultation, that correspondence, isn't it? Just hold on to it, just double check.
Is it? I'll get it out myself.
Oh no, sorry. Just yes, sorry. This is just proposed. Actually, HED has asked for that to be withdrawn, given that the building has no longer.
Yep.
No longer there.
So we'll just note that. If Chris, are you going to propose noting it, and Earl seconding? Yep, that's okay. If you could take your hands down, please. Any further correspondence?
There's the 12.2. That is linked to this. And it's setting out a guide for local councils when considering the listing of proposed buildings. The comments are due back in December. It will be after our next meeting. Obviously, if members have any issues they want to raise, we can provide a detailed response at the December meeting. The one thing I would highlight is that whereas the council have the power to serve a BPN, the department don't. And I actually think it would be important that the legislation was changed to allow the department to serve the BPN. As mentioned in our paper, there is always the option of a compensation where we put on the BPN and the department then don't list it. So if the department were able to serve a BPN, that would get around those issues and they could do it at the same time they're investigating listing. So I would be suggesting that was one way around that and should be included. But if members have any other comments to make on the guides that's set out there, we can incorporate it into a detailed response to go back to the department.
Right, okay, so the response will be prepared by the officers and submitted to the department within due time, and we will get a note of that in December. If members so wish to actually put in personal comments, could I ask you to direct them towards Deirdre or Darren, and they can be incorporated into the consultation response. Okay, could I have Councillor O'Reilly, Tom, did you want to say anything?
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy enough to propose that, Chair, but just to ask Deirdre, if we were to include that suggestion that the department can issue the BPN, would that then stop us from issuing, or can two bodies issue?
Certainly the powers could remain with both bodies. So normally it would be the council, when we would get a planning application for a particular building, would be aware of the risk to a building that potentially should be listed, and we would then serve a BPN and ask the department to consider listing. So we would still have that power, but it also means in cases like this one at Cove Road, where the department has the power, they could have served that notice earlier rather than relying on the council to do it.
Yeah. No, that's grand, Chair. I'm happy to propose.
Thanks very much, Thomas. Do I have a seconder? If they could just indicate. Councillor Robinson, Paul, thanks very much indeed. Members, at this stage, we're still having technical issues, but I think we'll go on to item 7, paper 7. Well, it's paper C, sorry. And that's just the procedure for the predetermination meeting for the planning application that we're going to hear towards the end of this month. If I could direct Deirdre to it, please. Have you got it? Yep. So hopefully you've got it in front of you and you've read it. So I'll let Deirdre take over. Can't hear you. Seem to be a lot of gremlins in the system, members, this afternoon.
Sorry, members, I unmuted myself and then dutifully muted myself again. The predetermination hearing is set for the 27th of November at 12 noon. Now, the process or the procedures is set out in the Planning Committee protocol, and that actually indicates that we will follow the same format for a predetermination hearing, i.e. there will be a presentation by the planning officer. In this case, the planning officer will not make a recommendation. They will just set out the planning issues. There's the opportunity for the applicant, agent and supporters to speak on the particular issues. Members will have the opportunity to ask questions, and then there's the opportunity for the objectors to make representations and for members to ask questions of them. After each speaker, or each set of speakers, the planning officer will pass comment on the particular issues raised. Now, under the planning committee protocol, the time for speaking is 10 minutes in total for the applicant, agent, supporters, and 5 minutes for objectors. Now, given the amount of information and the fact that this is a major application raising a significant amount of issues, and we've received a lot of representations from both supporters and objectors, 10 minutes and 5 minutes is really too little to allow all the issues to be fully aired and for both the supporters, applicant, agent and objectors to put forward the particular issues in this case. So what we are suggesting is that we increase those time limits, that the planning officer should take about probably 10 minutes to present the case, but that we allow sort of 20 minutes for the supporters and the objectors to actually put forward their cases. Now, at the moment, the speaking rights, request for speaking rights won't be up until Friday, but so far we have 6 objectors seeking speaking rights. And it is very possible that given the time, even if you members are agree to the 20 minutes, that we may ask that there's a spokesperson representing the views of the supporters and objectors, with the others only speaking where there are issues that haven't been raised that they feel members should be aware of. And really it's just to seek members' agreement to that. There's always the opportunity for the chair to extend speaking rights if necessary, but rather than indicate to those people requesting speaking rights that they only have 10 minutes or 5 minutes, that they're aware that there is the opportunity for 20 minutes so they can actually prepare their submissions in that knowledge, rather than trying to restrict everything to a much shorter time limit that doesn't allow them to get all the issues across.
Great. Thank you very much, Deirdre. Councillor Smith, Chris, you've indicated to speak.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. I'll be quick. I suppose it does say in there that the chair can appoint or can ask them to appoint a spokesperson. I suppose, and while I'm not looking, it's more of a comment than a recommendation. That only works if they're all sort of coming from the same kind of thrust behind them. I would imagine that there will be a number of distinct groups who will be supporting and objecting. Is there the potential in there for, say, a spokesperson for the businesses and a spokesperson for residents and a spokesperson for, because I think that the issues that, say, local business would raise would be very different from, for example, maybe residents close to it or road, you know what I mean? There will be a number of distinct cohorts there who all have a very distinct reason for putting forward what they are. So
thanks, Chris. I've had some preliminary discussions with Kim and Deirdre around this issue with regard to monitoring, bearing in mind that we're only allowing 2 hours for it and it is a major application. One line of thought, I think, is that once we see who have applied for speaking rights and the cut-off is closed, that's right across the board, in other words, supporters and objectors, that we will try and get in contact with them and see whether they are individuals or whether they can be grouped together. The caveat being always that if you get a spokesperson, they may not cover all the subjects that the spokesperson is dealing with for several people, and that somebody may want to come in and say, well, you didn't cover this issue, you didn't cover that issue. We're going to try and do that to see if we can sort of stream and be a bit more effective rather than have people sort of covering the same thing and basically overlapping and running out of time. We will try to keep to that. I think if you give me as chairs from Latitude, I can try and work the timings in that regard into what's going on. Bearing in mind also, I think the paper doesn't cover it, but because we're working under the planning protocols, there should be a space for councillors to come in to actually make representations. But again, that will be similar to the planning committee. They will purely be a representation. There will not be a question and answer session after that, and they would be limited. You know, we could limit maybe that slot to 10 or 12 or 15 minutes, depending on how many councillors wish to come in. So it's a case of trying to manage the people in the different groups, but also to ensure that they feel they have had enough time to actually express their views, whatever those views may be. I would reiterate, and it's in bold letters within the paper presented by Deirdre and Darren, this is purely a fact-finding hearing for ourselves. It is not a decision-making forum. So therefore, we as councillors, should we feel the requirement to ask questions, there's no necessity for any of us to ask questions. We can just listen. But if we do ask questions, those questions surely are purely around factual information. We should not be expressing views at all at this stage, because we could be accused then at a later stage of predetermining the outcome. So I'm sort of advising councillors that that is the forum that we're going into. And should you need to question, it is purely about factual statements and factual requirements that you're looking for. You happy enough, Chris? I've got three other speakers here.
Happy enough that you'll use the Latitude appropriately, and I think I'll make a right call. Sure.
That's okay. Councillor Campbell, Glenn, you want to come in?
Chairman, well, I would support certainly you as chair having latitude in ensuring that the facts from all sides are, you know, the no one they're being, if you like, squeezed for time. I do think predetermination hearings, you know, are a very important part of our process, and I suppose that I think that 10 minutes in general is something we should be perhaps looking at our protocol and how we do that, because I do think that when we go to the length of organising and facilitating this very important, you know, part of the process, I think 10 minutes is seldom going to be adequate, I would imagine, for either those in favour or those against, and I think maybe we should look at that. I would propose maybe we do review that, because if it's always left to the chair, you know, it may still be the case that we feel that more time, or that somebody might feel that more time could have been given for their
side. Yep. I'll take that on board. I think we'll pass that on to Deirdre to maybe look at some stage when we come to look at the protocols. Yeah, Deirdre, come in.
Can I just add, the reason behind the sort of 5 minutes, 10 minutes is all the information should be in front of you already. So anything they're raising should not be anything new, and hence the reason that they should be able to just really focus on the key issues in those 10 minutes. All the rest of the information should have been submitted and on the file, and members will have access to that through the portal. And that's why sort of we've limited the time. And obviously if we increase that time, there's always the issue of trying to get through the business on the day if we allow additional time to repeat issues that are already before you in written form on the file.
I think, Glenn, you're just talking about predetermination meetings. So, I mean, we're adopting the protocol of the planning committee. Yeah. I think what you want to do is we maybe need to look at the protocol around predetermination meetings to extend the time. Isn't that it? Yep, that's it. Great.
Okay, we can do that.
Yep. Councillor Maguire, Tommy.
Good Margaret, Carly. Thanks, Robert. It's just basically on the same issue now. Just on reading the recommendation there from Deirdre, was 20 minutes for proposer and 20 minutes for the objectors. Just in relation to the 10 minutes and 5 minutes that we usually adopt, in other words, there's 50% of the time allotted to the objectors, just in the course of things, and by drawing this proposal up and allowing the same time to each, do you understand, we could be inadvertently accused of bias towards the objectors as opposed to the proposers. Again, it's on the timing. I know it's a difficult one, and there will be a lot of information to be sifted out of this meeting, and I'd welcome the meeting because it does need to be aired before we'd go to make a determination. But it's just that 20-minute each, as opposed to the 10 minutes, 5 minutes, in case we would be accused of bias in some way.
No, well, the predetermination hearing is obviously different from the planning committee in the sense that obviously no decision has been made, so it is just a fact finding, and hence the reason we give them both 20 minutes each, and obviously then the applicant will be doing their presentation as well, so that will be additional time. When it comes to the planning committee, those people still have the opportunity to appear before and be heard by the planning committee, and that will be restricted to the 10 minutes and the 5 minutes at that stage. So we won't be changing that, and they will still have the opportunity to come along to the planning committee and make their case on both sides, both supporters and objectors.
Good. Councillor Riley, Thomas.
Thanks, Chair. Can I just ask why we are confining this to 2 hours? And can I sort of tease that out a little bit, that if this, while it's a sizable application for our district, this one, if it was somewhere else and the department was doing it, do they have predetermination or pre-application meetings? And surely if you had 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 people looking from all sides, how do they balance that out as a way? You can't obviously have days and days of the predetermination hearing, but we are talking about a minuscule time here of 10 or 20 minutes. You know, surely, one, why are we, if we have just on the basis of it, Deirdre, that we had 10 objectors or 20 objectors and you give them 2 minutes each or something, and the same way, or your 20 minutes for supporters or whatever way it worked there. Why couldn't we hear everybody over a 4 or 5 hour period? What's our rush at 2 hours?
Sorry, it was just really to try and fit in with members' busy schedules and to try and put some sort of restriction on the amount of time, because obviously if you leave it open-ended, you know, you'll have a lot of repetition because a lot of the issues are common throughout. And really we felt just looking at sort of the objections, the nature of the objections, the nature of the support, the issues being raised, we felt that 2 hours would give more than ample time. That would allow, in the case of where somebody wanted or had other issues to raise over and above, that would give the opportunity for the chair to extend the time to allow them to raise those. So it was really sort of just trying to make the best guess at how long it would take for those issues to be put before members and considered. And we felt that given the issues and the fact that there probably isn't a lot of issues around consultees, that 2 hours was probably reasonable. Around the department, I'm not sure. I need to check the legislation around the predetermination for the department, but I'm assuming that the public inquiry would be the appropriate mechanism for regionally significant applications. But I can check that in the legislation, whether they also have the opportunity to carry out a predetermination here. I've never known the department to carry it out, which makes me think that they don't have that option, but I'll check and come back to you on that.
But just, Chair, to finish, I suppose that if we are looking at our predetermination policy and looking at extending at this point in time, I would suggest that, as you've said, we look at it on Friday before the meeting and see where we are with numbers and so forth, and then sort of take a call on that. But certainly, I think it is something worth having a look at going forward. But in the meantime, Chair, I'm happy to propose that we give you the discretion then to go to 20 minutes, but give you the discretion to look at this
go beyond
with us before the meeting, and if necessary, go beyond. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. Glenn, sorry, Kate,
I was just going to say, just by way of update, to date we have had, I think it is 7 requests for speaking rights, 1 from the applicant and 7 from objectors.
Yeah. So we haven't got that many altogether,
At the moment, not.
Councillor Thompson, Earl.
Thank you again, Chairman. I'm happy enough to second Councillor Riley's proposal there.
Right, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks, Earl. Before I go to seek approval, Councillor Cam is away. I'm taking everybody's in agreement. I see no disapproval. Thank you very much indeed for that, members. We're now, as you can see, back online with technology. One thing I forgot to do, and I apologise for that, item 3, declarations of interest. Has anybody any declarations of interest in regard to the items coming before the committee? No, I don't see any. Thank you very much indeed. I will go now to item 5, back to the proper agenda, and I'll hand over to Darren and we'll deal with application number 1, LA10 bar 2020 bar 0826, and it's full application for a covered barbecue shelter by the council. Darren.
Just to run through the first application then is application 1 LA10 2020 0826, a full application for a the toilet block within the Gorge and Glens Forest Park in Omagh, and the recommendation is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 2 conditions. In terms of the location, members, just for ease of reference, this is the location of the car park with the new children's play park on the right. The barbecue shelter then will go on the left-hand side, just where the existing picnic table is. So it'll be sited in that green area of grass. And in the red rectangle is the approximate position of the new shelter. That's the schematic drawing then of the sort of looking down on top of it.
Going.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
We're okay now? Yeah, so the drawing then in front of you shows a 3D visual of the plan. And you can see the chimney on the left-hand side of the gable with the stainless steel grille. And then it's open on the other sides. And that's the elevations then of the proposal. So it's a high quality design and finishes and suitable appearance for the location in the forest park. Within the shelter there'll be 3 picnic tables, as you can see with the red rectangles. And the recommendation then is to approve for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 2 conditions.
Any questions for Darren? If not, could I have a proposal, please? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, and thanks, Darren, for the report. I'm happy enough to propose.
Thank you very much indeed, Earl. And Councillor Robinson.
I'll second it.
Thank you very much indeed. Members could clear their hands. Any other counter proposals? Councillor Campbell. Glenn.
No counter proposals. I just thought I would mention in terms of, I assume there'll be no issue there with disability access to the covered barbecue shelter. I know it's kind of off the car park there, but I'm sure there's no issues getting access there. I just thought
Darren.
Yeah, obviously it'll be designed to take into account the relevant legislation for disability access.
There's been no issues. Thank you, Chairman. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Glenn. If you clear your hand, we've got a proposal. All agreed? Great, thank you very much indeed. Glenn, if you could take your hand down. We'll go on to application number 2, and that is LA10 bar 2020 bar 0905 full, and it's for the installation of a new entrance feature at Forest Park. Darren.
A full application for the installation of a new entrance feature to the forest park, including stone walling, planters, new automated gate and a wooden sculpture. The application then is by the council and it's located in the Glens Forest Park again. And the recommendation then is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 3 conditions. So I'm sure members note well, that's the existing entrance into the forest park. And you can see the existing walls and gates at the site. And that's a drawing then showing what is proposed. So just take it back. You can see the existing walls will be removed. Also the new gates and then the sculpture. In terms of location then, the bottom of the screen, members will see the red star. That's the Glen Park Road. So if you come in off the public road into this entrance, you'll see the 2 walls in on either side with the pillars. You then have the automated sliding gate. And then behind that, there'll be the sculpture in the area of the blue rectangle with the planter then in an L-shaped position around the sculpture. The access will not be changed in any way. It'll remain as existing. So you'll come in off the Glen Park Road and continue down the drive towards the existing parking. The sculpture then, they sit on a 3-metre high plinth. So you can see that just in front of you. And then on top of the plinth, there will be the various animals as shown in the drawing in front of you. So the recommendation then is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report, subject to 3 conditions.
Thank you very much, members. I see an indication by Councillor Dehan. Josephine?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Darren, for your comprehensive report. I'm happy to propose the recommendation for approval of this planning application, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. Councillor Thompson, Earl?
Thank you very much again, Chairman, and thank Darren for the report. I'm happy enough to second the proposal as put by Councillor Dehan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any other proposals? No, I've got a proposal to approve. Councillor Robinson, any?
Chair, you see the sculptures away from the gate on the side of the lane, or the side of the road into it?
It is. If you look at it, it's set back. It looks from the visual drawing, you think it was right in front of the entrance, but it's set back on the edge of the 90-degree turn as you go into the Forest Park.
That's dead on.
Even you couldn't hit it, Paul, driving in, I don't think.
Can you see my hand, Robert, there? It's my hand showing coming up there.
It was brought down, Anthony, you're all right.
Did
you want to say something?
Just a wee comment, Robert. Thanks for that. Just being a bit nosy. It looks very impressive, all that, the barbecue and the wall. I was just wondering, does be local guys be building them stone, and is it local stone from the area? You know, is it just being nosy? Just wondering, is it local stone? And
that's okay. That's perfectly good question, Darren.
To be honest, members, that's not a question for the planning department. We won't know where it's been sourced. I'd say there's somebody else in the council will look after the purchasing of stone, so I can't answer that one.
I've just had an off-phone comment from Kim that she will advise the officials to follow that up and see what can be done, Anthony, okay? Good job. I've got a proposal. Happy to go with it, members? Yes, thank you very much indeed. We'll go on to application number 3, and that's LA10/2020/0825, and it's construction of a new hardcore entrance laneway into the existing parking area. Again, a council application. Darren?
Yep, so application 3 then is LA10/2020/0825. Way into existing parking area, and the applicant then is the council, and the location then is just west of the junction of the Glen Park Road and Lisnaharney Road in Omagh. Recommendation is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 3 conditions. Okay, maybe turn it up a bit more. Is that better? You can hear me okay? Yeah,
that's okay.
So on the screen then, members, this is the junction of the Lisnaharney Road and the Glen Park Road. The existing entrance into the parking area is indicated on the screen with a purple arrow and the yellow star. And I'm sure members might know it. If you go and stand on the road looking in there, that's the view in, that you can see the old lid. That's an in-out access at the moment into an area of hardcore and parking. It's rarely used.
Hold on, Darren, you're breaking up.
Sorry, members.
We're just changing headphones, members. Darren was getting very robotic there. He is an actual human, so we just wanted to confirm that.
No deal, Robert, sorry.
Have you not? You do have a plug up the top. Oh, but you've already...
Have this on it, you see?
You've got it, yeah.
Chair, just if you'll let me.
Just excuse us while we try and get this sorted out, members. Yeah.
Chair, can I make a suggestion, maybe?
Yes?
Yeah, what sometimes happens is that we hear what you say again, which is possibly because everyone's quite tightly packed. If you could maybe spread it out a little bit more, you might cut out a wee bit of the feedback. Suggestion.
Yeah, no, that's okay, Chris. Let's see if this works. Where's that coming from?
Okay. Is that?
Yep.
Yeah. Switched on the mute. Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Yeah, so can you hear me okay? So I'll just take you back now. So the application then. Hello, is that better? So the application then. The application. Can everybody hear me okay, members? I can't. I have to.
Sorry, Chair, your Darren's breaking up there.
Properly lawful and legitimate here in case there's an issue.
Chair, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm as bad. I'm mute as well. We're going to call for a recess for 5 minutes until we get this technical issue with regard to headphones sorted out. So please go and get a cup of tea and a biscuit, as Councillor Foley was suggesting, and we'll just do it.
Okay, members, can just check that everybody can hear me, because it's very important that anybody can't hear me makes us aware. Yeah, everybody's
clear,
okay.
Darren.
Good.
Yep.
That's good. So application 3 then is LA 10 2020 825. It's full application for construction of a new hardcore entrance laneway into an existing parking area. Location then is west of the junction of the Glen Park Road and the Lisnaharney Road in Omagh. And the applicant then is the council. The recommendation is to approve the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 3 conditions. So just on the screen, members, then is a location. You can see the existing access in off the Glen Park Road at the position of the yellow star and the purple arrow. And if that's the view, you can see it at the moment. Members may be able to see, but just under the trees there is an existing gate and it is locked, but that is an access into an existing area of tarmac and hardcore. So this then is a alternative position. You can see that's the view standing on the Lisnaharney Road looking towards the junction with the Glen Park Road. You can see the bus stop there at the junction. Farmer entrance coming off the Glen Park Road, which is on the right hand side. The new access and laneway then will come straight in off the Lisnaharney Road at a 90-degree angle with a sort of lay-by arrangement and also a gate then at the bottom near the Lisnaharney Road going up into the yard. And the existing entrance then will be closed off at the area of the red line to stop people coming in and out onto the Glen Park Road. The laneway then, you can see on the screen, top of the screen, that's a cross section of the laneway sitting above the existing ground level. And then the gate then, that's an elevation down at the Lisnaharney Road. And the recommendation then is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report subject to the 3 conditions. Just to advise members before you take a vote, we are waiting on roads to come back. You'll note from the report that they hadn't come back at the time of writing the report. They still haven't come back, unfortunately, and it has been raised with them. However, given the location and having viewed it on site, there are unlikely to be any roads.
Oh. We have an issue. Yeah, we have an issue. It's okay. Did everybody hear that? Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
So just if I could recommend approval subject to the conditions and hold the decision until roads come back. If there's an issue raised by roads, that will be brought back to members for your attention. However, if they clear the application and are content, then the decision notice will issue.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thompson, Earl.
Thank you very much, Chairman, again, and thank Darren for the report. And I note his comments with regard to roads. I'm happy enough to propose at this stage, Chair, the recommendation as listed, including the conditions and his comments added on. Happy to propose, Chair.
Thank you very much, Earl. Councillor Deehan, Josephine.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Darren. And taking cognizance of the information awaited from Road Service, I am happy to second the approval of this planning application, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. Councillor O'Reilly, Thomas.
Chair, my view would be that while we're happy to
approve,
I'm not so happy to wait for roads. I think that we should send roads a timely reminder that there is a time scale in which to reply to allow business to be conducted in a timely manner. And if they don't reply, we'll carry on without their input into this. I don't think that the business of the council or any other citizens should be held up because things are not replied in a timely manner, and I think we should be making that point.
That's okay. Can I go back to Councillor Thompson? Are you prepared to take on board, Earl, Councillor Thomas's comments and just approve and have no holding? And
Yeah,
the same goes. Yep.
I've taken into consideration what everyone's saying here, so I'm happy enough to go along with that as an approval. Thank you.
That's great, Earl. Thanks. Josephine, same goes for you. Are you happy to keep your seconding?
Well, I would take a contrary view, Chair. I think that DFI Road Service, they are an important statutory consultee. That road is the road in question. It can be quite dangerous, and I'm not sure if there would be any serious issues arising from that. I don't know why DFI roads have been delayed in getting back to us, but look, I will withdraw my seconding because I am of the view that we should wait for the road service to
okay,
come back.
Josephine.
Notwithstanding, I share Councillor O'Reilly's
Yep.
frustration in the matter, but I will withdraw my seconding, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Coyle, John.
Thanks, Chair. No, just a question. The old entrance onto the road, will that area be, rewilded, to let it go back into, forestry, just because, and because of the tar macadam that is in place at the minute?
That's not part of the proposal, Councillor, although I'm sure as part of the works that could be maybe looked into. It wouldn't need planning permission to do that. So it would be outside of the planning process, and I'm sure the council could look at that.
Yeah.
In terms, just in terms of the roads consultation, if there is a bit of an issue, concern about the delay in roads coming back, if you want to put a time limit on a consultation reply from roads, I could contact them in the morning and say, give them 5 days or so to come back, and if they don't, then we could just issue without them. Given it is road safety issues, I would be cautious about going without their comments.
I'm happy with that, Chair.
Earl, are you happy with that, as it's your proposal?
Yeah, as I proposed it, Chair, I'm happy enough with what Darren has said there, that he's given them 5 days. I take it that's what he said there. Thank you.
That's okay. Councillor Robinson, are you coming in to second or just ask questions?
Well, I can second it, but I just want to say that there's promotion that took place there, a Nome office and DFA office.
There's a what, sir?
Maybe it's moved on.
Right. Okay. You happy to second though?
Yes.
Yep. Chris, Councillor Smith, do you have something to add, or we're just going straight to a vote?
Well, I mean, I would be a little bit because that is a bit of road that I wouldn't consider to be sort of completely without issue. I would be a wee bit reluctant to.
We've already got a 5-day delay. I mean, we've got
I know
this
we've got
week.
5 days, but I still think that's a wee bit risky. As if they came back, in a fortnight's time. I would be making the proposal that we and I share Councillor's frustrations, but I'm making a proposal that we accept subject to roads coming back, but not put a time limit on it, because I would just hate to be in a situation where we've approved road service come back in whatever time they may come back and say no, they have an issue. Now, I don't imagine they will, but if they did, I think that would put us in a very difficult position. So I would make the proposal that we don't put a time limit on it. We approve subject to their conditions or to their response. Thanks, Chair.
Kim, I'm going to let Kim in here. She has something to say, Kim.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points. Firstly, on the rewilding, we can certainly ask officers to take a look at that as part of the proposal of the works. In terms of the timeframes around this, just to note that this is part of the funding application, and there is a timeline for spend. So time is of the essence, really, in terms of progressing with these proposals.
Right, thank you very much for that, Kim. Come back to you, Chris. Are you still looking for a proposal then that is not time bound? Bear in mind that Earl's is time bound by 5
No,
days.
I understand that, Chair. I suppose if you'd allow me, I'd ask him what sort of time latitude we have, and would maybe accept that to the farthest end.
Right.
But what sort of time, Kim, are we working in here?
Well, we need to have the funding application funds spent by the 31st of March. So it's important that we get the appropriate applications and get procurement so we can commence works on site as soon as possible.
Okay, Chris?
I think I'm gonna still leave it, and you can apply pressure to them with that in mind. As I say, I would be really, really uncomfortable if we were to approve something and Roads were to come back and say there was a problem, and then
That's okay. I've got Earl coming back before I let you back in, Josephine. Earl?
Chair, take it from what Darren was saying. He was going to make the appropriate phone calls just immediately, or maybe during it, maybe that he can get in touch with them ASAP and clarify this situation. I don't see the need for an increase in the time, but I've made a proposal, so I'm happy enough to stick to it. Thank you.
Yep. I've just got a query coming in from Alison. Darren, how long has it been with DFI Roads?
They were consulted on the 18th of September, but they haven't replied to date. In terms of the consultation reply, members, as I say, I think the Councillor Thompson said it there, I'll be contacting them in the morning. I would be very optimistic that the officers will get out within a couple of days and come back to us probably before the end of this week.
Well, you've got the reply there. It's 2 months. Are you still sitting with your proposal, Councillor Smith?
Yeah, Chair. As I say, I just extra cautious on road safety, so I'm going to stay
Right.
with it. Thanks.
Councillor Deehan, Josephine, last speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, it's a bit regrettable that we're having this debate, and I'm just wondering why DFI Roads have been so tardy in responding. I wonder, does that indicate that there is maybe an issue, a road safety issue? I share Councillor Smith's concerns, and I would be happy to second his proposal that we await the response
okay.
of DFI Roads. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I've got two proposals, one coming in from Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Robinson, and that's to approve, but wait for 5 days to get feedback from DFI Roads. No feedback, and it will be issued as approval. Second proposal is from Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Deehan, and that again is an approval, but it is to wait until we get a definitive reply back from Roads, and should there be an issue, then it will be brought back to the committee. Bearing in mind what Kim has already said, the first proposal in was Councillor Thompson's. Earl, could you clear your hand? I'm going to put that to the committee. I want indications of those who are against that proposal. If you could indicate now, please.
Chairman, I don't have a hand.
Well, I can see you. So are you against it or for it, Councillor Rainey?
For the first proposal?
Yeah, for Councillor Thompson's proposal.
Against.
Against. I have 3 against. I'm assuming the rest of the committee is for. I am for the proposal from Councillor Thompson. So that proposal is carried. If we could note that Councillor Deehan, Councillor Smith and Councillor Rainey were against, all others were in favour. Okay, do you have to go through that? Just a note for the record.
Chair, just the recommendation has been approved on a vote of 3 against and 9 for, and the recommendation is that we will hold the decision. The decision will be approved and held for a period of 5 days for road service to respond.
I don't know, whatever. Okay, thank you.
Chair.
Yes, Councillor Thompson Darren, yes.
Just can I clarify the situation, because I think it came across there as if I didn't care about road safety issues. I certainly do care about them.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I want that wiped off the slate, that I don't care about road safety issues. Thank you.
Yep. No, I think, and I'll clarify for everybody, including Councillor Riley, I think we all do care. What we are complaining about is the lack of urgency coming from DFI Roads, in that this application has been in with them 2 months. And if there was a road safety issue, then it should have been flagged up well within that time. I'm sorry, but I disagree with playing to a government department when they can't bother in a timely manner to respond to proper consultations. Thomas, do you want to say something before we go on to
Just
application
quickly,
4?
Chair, that I would propose, Chair, that we actually do write to whomever Kim believes in road service nowadays would pay attention, and voice the concerns of the planning committee that a timely response is needed to allow business to be conducted for the plan committee.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder for that proposal?
Yeah, I'll second it. And
No, well, I've got Tommy Maguire in.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seconded by Councillor Maguire. Thank you very much indeed. I was turned off there. Oh, all agree? Yeah, we're all agreed. Thank you. We'll move on to application number 4, and that is LA10 bar 2020 bar 0965, and it's for works around the Struhl Art Centre. Darren.
So members, LA10 2020. You hear me, members? Yeah.
We're hearing you cut up again. Yes.
So it's LA10 2020-0965 is a full application for the erection of an awning and the creation of an external seating area to facilitate a covered dining area associated with the existing cafe within the Arts Centre, and the proposed external landscaping to include a living wall in the facade of the Public Service Centre. Location then is the Struhl Arts Centre and the Public Services Centre, and the applicant is the council, and the recommendation is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report, subject to one condition. So we'll just take you through the details, members. The plans in, there's quite a lot of information on the plans. The drawing in front of you there, members, if you look, the purple arrow and the purple star is the steps, which I'm sure members will be familiar with, coming off Bridge Street. So if you head up the steps, then you come up into the area, the public open space area with the the Arts Centre then in front of you. So directly in front of you, there is the new outdoor seating area and a new lobby and doorway going into the Arts Centre, with the awning then shown by the position of the red rectangle. And that's then just a bird's eye view looking down again. You can see the position of the awning with the new lobby and entrance coming in off the outside area into the inside of the existing cafe. That's an elevation then looking towards the Arts Centre. You can see the new door on the right hand side, the new entrance door, and then the position of the awnings rough in the area where the red line is. That's a side view then. So if you're standing sort of at the river side looking towards the corner of the building, you can see then the awning will project out 2.5 meters over the new external seating area. And then the photograph just showing the position. So the yellow star is where the new doorway and the awning is proposed. So that's the first element. The second element of the application then is a new living wall. So on the left-hand side of the slide, you can see the eastern elevation and the northern elevation with the 2 stars. And you'll see the wooded panels on the side of the building. And the proposal then is to put the living wall on the 2 panels. So the eastern elevation is on the left of the screen, and the northern elevation then is on the right of the screen. And then the left-hand side of the slide is the elevation of the living wall. So it's going to be fixed to the wall using the brackets that are shown in the cross section, as shown on the right-hand side. And then at the bottom, there's a gutter which will connect into the water, or the surface water disposal for the building to take away any excess water. So the recommendation then, members, is to approve subject to one condition.
Right, members, any questions for Darren? If you haven't, then could I have a proposal, please? Councillor Robinson?
Proposed.
Paul? Thank you very much indeed, Paul. Councillor Thompson? Earl?
Thank you, Chairman. Seconded.
Thank you very much. Any other counter proposals? No. Are we all in agreement, members? Yes, thank you very much indeed. That's an approval. Darren?
Yep. So the recommendation was to approve, members. Members have granted permission subject to the condition.
Yep, thank you. We'll go on to item 5, and that's LA 10 bar 2019 bar 1415 full, and it's for the retention of a storage shed and yard. Darren, thank you.
Is the speaking rights just...
Sorry. There are speaking rights, yeah. Yeah, but they'll be called in due time.
No, they called in now just to see what's going on.
Oh, yes.
Should be there.
Have I got Philip? I can't see the training room.
See us now? There's paper V.
Yeah.
Should be able to see us now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brendan and Ailish, are you in the training room?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
That's okay. If you could mute, I will call you in. Brendan's well aware of the protocol, Ailish. I'll call you in when required, when we go through the outline from Darren. And you may be asked questions, you may not, but Brendan can keep you right. Okay, if you could mute yourselves until I invite you in. Thank you. Darren?
Okay, members, so application 5 then is LA 10 2019 1415. It's a full application for the retention of a storage shed and yard on 15 Mullinmore Road, Carrickmore, and the applicant then is B. Locker and Sons. The recommendation then is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 4 reasons. Just to clarify, members, the proposals for the use of the building and the site, for the storage of builders, plant and material, and for B. Locker and Sons. The history behind the site is that the Department of Environment previously took enforcement action against the building and the use, which ultimately found that the building could not be demolished as it was immune, but the use was within the time limits for taking enforcement action, and therefore the use was required to cease. So the building itself then has a nil use, but it could not be required to be demolished. So it's the use really that the members are looking at, and the application really is for today. On the screen then is the block plan showing the location of the layout of the site. The red outline then is the lands that B. Locker and Sons would own. The rectangle then in the middle is the existing building. And just in terms of the layout of it, this is a location in the context of nearby Carrickmore. So you can see it's just off the main road coming down towards the site. And then that's the slide showing the settlement limit of Carrickmore. So the purple line shows the boundary, and then everything below the boundary or below the purple line is within the limits. Everything to the north of that purple line is within the countryside, and you can see the shed and the use then is shown on the screen. So it's located in the countryside, so the rural policies of PPS 21 would apply. In terms of the block plan, the proposal then shows the existing building in the site. As I say, the proposal is not to retain the building, it's for the use of the building and the yard for storage. The plans are to close off the existing entrance and plant a new hedgerow behind displays and create a new entrance into the site. That new entrance will be in the position of the purple arrow, so it's more or less beside the existing entrance. There are photograph, members, then just to show you what's going on. You can see the shape of the site, the location of the building then, and the yard and the storage areas around the site. And then the public road then runs sort of along the front of the site. To the bottom of the slide then you'll see there's a laneway running off 90 degrees from the road to the right hand side to the east. That's a private laneway. The public road then is in front of the site. The entrance is to be closed off, so that's the existing entrance. It will be closed off and a new entrance created in the position of the larger of the 2 arrows. Elevations then, that's the elevations of the shed. As I say, the shed is not part of this application. It is allowed to be there, and no action can be taken to secure its removal. And that's the layout of the shed. Again, it's the use of the shed that really members are deciding on today. So some critical views then, members. So if we're standing at roughly the position of the yellow star, looking towards the side of the site, and the position of the purple arrow, that's what you would see. So you can see the public road down the right hand side, the gates then and the existing entrance coming in off the road, Then there's an embankment along the side of the site, and landscaping then is running along that boundary. That's as you move forward then. So just take you back. So that's the view. If you move forward, fence. Yeah, existing security fencing then. So existing security fence and entrance, and then that's just the entrance. As I say, the proposal from the opposite approach then, so the yellow star looking in the direction of the purple arrow. That's the laneway. We'll just take it back, remember. So that's the laneway. You can see the laneway heading off the public road. That's it in front of you, and you can see the trees and landscaping along there. And there is an embankment just the other side of that. And that's the view then from at the edge of the road, looking towards the building and the site. So the recommendation then, members, is to refuse planning permission. Following the recommendation to refuse, which was reached by officers, the applicant changed his agent, and a supporting statement was received. This states that the family-run business has a workforce of over 80 employees. Their office is at 134 Terman Road, Carrickmore, but is using the site for many years for storage of building materials and equipment in connection with their business. These are the only two sites associated with their business and has been used for about 12 years. The statement confirms this case does not fit easily into any of the policies outlined in PPS 21 or PPS 4, but there is no detrimental visual impact or detrimental amenity impact. The site has existed for well over 10 years. It promotes sustainable economic development in an environmentally sustainable manner and sustains a vibrant rural economy or rural community. The statement continues that considering that the physical structures of a building and yard have been in the landscape for many years, and the existing business has been supporting the local economy and rural community since the 1970s, these should be given sufficient weight in the consideration of attaching an acceptable storage use to the existing building and yard. Planning policy approach is to cluster, consolidate and group new development within existing buildings and promote reuse of previously used buildings. The summary then of the statement says it's a unique case. The Council has given no weight to the overall aims and objectives of the Regional Development Strategy and the SPPS. The regional and strategic objectives should outweigh the policy provisions of PPS 21 and PPS 4. So officers have reviewed that supporting statement, members, and would consider that it doesn't change the recommendation. In terms of the issues raised, and I'm sure the agent will come in, include those in his speaking rights. The plan policy is a hierarchy, so the regional development strategy obviously is at the top, and then you have the SPPS and regional planning policies. They are have to be in general conformity with the RDS. Therefore, if an application doesn't meet PPS 21 or 4, then it's also contrary to the RDS. As the agent says in his statement, in this case, the application doesn't meet any of the policies of PPS 21 or 4. The agent makes the case that other material considerations are relevant, i.e. the...
You're breaking up again, Darren.
You got?
Just go back over that again.
So in this case, the application doesn't meet any of the policies of PPS 21 or 4, and the agent makes the case that other material considerations are relevant, i.e. the building is immune and the use is supporting local business and employment and community. So members are clear then on the screen. You'll see the reasons for refusal. The policy test then is PPS 21, C2I1. It's not the regional development strategy. It doesn't include planning policies.
You're losing again. Hold on.
So it's PPS 21. Yeah.
Okay, right, move on.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah, I just need to...
Yep.
So members, just to be clear, the policy test then, the reason it has to be essential that this development is in the countryside.
Hold on.
4. Reason 3 then is related to SP. So if members are content that the development is essential, okay.
No, we're having a problem, members. Can you hear me all right? Yep. Yeah, there's an issue with Darren's headset. I think what we've got 4 reasons for refusal, and if you look at them, 1's under PPS 21, 2 is under PPS 4, 3 is under the SPPS, and 4 is back under PPS 4. and it's regarding the use, not the building itself. So it's the actual use of the building. The building is immune as it's gone through an appeal. So I think we'll move on to speaking rights. If you could bring. Yeah, that's okay. Yep.
Chairman.
Yep. Yes, Glenn. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, Chairman. I've just got reconnected. So I just wanted to check whereabouts. I think we've just had the introduction to the application. I'm not sure.
Yes. If you've reconnected, you've excluded yourself, Glenn. We had started. Yeah. He's already gone through about 3 or 4 minutes of the work. So thanks for that.
Okay.
Brendan, I think you can hear me now. Can you unmute yourself? Yep.
Yes, Chair.
If you could.
Sorry,
yeah, go ahead.
Chair, would it be possible for Eilish to speak first, as it would give an overall?
Oh, that's okay. But you'll have 10 minutes between the two of you. So if Eilish could introduce herself, you have 10 minutes between you and yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Right, okay. So my name's Eilish Donnelly and I'm one of the directors of Brenton Lawhern and Sons Limited. So I'm here today to explain why the application being decided upon is so crucial to the current running and future of our business. As well, Brenton hasn't explained yet, but sorry, it was in the opening remarks. We're a small to medium enterprise operating within the Carrickmore area for over 40 years. Our main area of construction is within the social housing sector, which initially commenced with the NIHE, but we now work with all local housing associations, such as Choice, Apex, Radius, etc. We also work within other areas of construction, from public sector buildings to schools, hospitals, office blocks and private houses. We're actually due to commence the renovation works on the local library here in Omagh within the coming weeks. So that's just to set, what we do. Our current annual turnover is around 10 million, and as stated, we employ 80 of a workforce. Throughout the lifespan of the company, our focus has always been to employ local people and source products from local suppliers where possible. The issue the company currently has with the ongoing operation of the business is the lack of storage for building products and plant. As you can imagine, with a turnover of this size, we have a significant amount of plant and ongoing stock to store for each of the various projects. The construction process on site usually takes place within a restricted area, so it means we don't have much space for storing materials directly on site. As well, if we leave an abundance of materials or plant on site, security is a massive issue, and we've had numerous problems with theft over the years. For the running of the construction business, we only have the use of the premises at 134 Termon Road, where our head office is based, or the site at Mullenmore Road, which we're discussing. They both don't provide, or the one at 134 Termon Road doesn't provide adequate space. If we were able to regularise the storage facility at Mullenmore Road, the increased storage capacity would mean we could tender for larger contracts, which would in turn enable us to employ more people within our local community. Currently there's a tender that is up at the moment, and it's in Strabane. It's for 19.5 million. It's the only one that's been doing this end of the country in years, and because we don't have enough storage facility to buy in products, we can't tender for it because it's a £19.5 million project. So we would really need somewhere to be able to store stuff for that project. We'd also be able to purchase materials in larger quantities to use on other future projects. The current pandemic has led to significant price increases being placed on all the materials we are currently purchasing across the board. We're constantly receiving letters detailing these price increases, and we know this is going to continue over the coming months and years. There is a definite shortage of materials on the horizon, and the ability to bulk buy at the minute would allow our company to continue trading as it is currently or expand its trading ability. Otherwise, the price increases and shortages of materials may mean that we will have to reduce our workload and in turn reduce our workforce in the future. Carrickmore is itself quite a unique town for all the wrong reasons in recent years. While nearby towns and villages such as Berra and Lochmacrory have seen much needed investment and development, Carrickmore has experienced very little. Much of the land is tied up and being held by people who are either unwilling or unable to sell to those who would develop it. Policy and council planning have suggested that sites within the town limits should have been explored and ruled in or out as applicable, but this exercise is futile where Carrickmore is concerned, as there are no available opportunities. I am extremely disappointed with how our application was submitted and presented, with little or no consideration of the existing situation or policy. I would hope that the committee would reconsider the findings of the initial application to enable our company to continue to trade, especially in view of the difficulties faced by all businesses in the current climate. We feel that our company adds value to our local community by being one of the main employers in the area, and our hope would be that we would be able to continue this moving forward. We would use the opportunity to increase the trading capacity of the company to invest in our local community with the provision of much needed employment. Thank you. So that's just...
Thank you, Eilish. Brendan, you've just about 5 minutes left to complete your slot.
Okay, Chair. I'd say that this proposal does throw up a few points for debate, so hopefully we can get through them okay. As Darren pointed out, the enforcement appeal in 2008, with the breach being described as the unauthorised use of the land and building as a builder's compound and store. But it was, and I'm trying to briefly go through all these things, that the Commissioner determined that the use of both the shed and the hardcore had not been established, and therefore both had an ill use. In addition to this, it was also determined that the enforcement notice, while requiring the use of the building for storage building materials on the land deceased, it did not require the hardcore of the yard to be removed. The resultant consequence of the enforcement appeal was that the building could remain, but with no storage use approved in it, and a hardcore yard could remain which had no approved storage use on it. It's basically an empty shed sitting on a large vacant area of hardcore. So technically, both the shed and the hardcore yard can remain in the landscape forever and a day, whilst the two outstanding elements, that is the use of both, needs to be established. The proposal as submitted on the P1 form was erroneous. It was described as the retention of a storage shed and yard, which does not accurately describe the proposal, because as the shed did not have a storage use, it was not a correct one. And the Commissioner on the enforcement appeal recommended that as the shed had an ill use, it would be up to the applicant or others to seek an acceptable use on it. That's what we're doing today. So the main issue is getting that acceptable use. As per the requirements of the appeal, the use on the site for storage ceased, but due to the need for storage space as highlighted by Eilish, the yard has been in the use for the last 10 years, uninterrupted and unchallenged by the then DOE Planning Service and now the present Council. It was only last December when the applicants going through their planning papers realised the implications of their situation and freely sought to regularise the situation through this current application. It would appear the applicants were ill-advised in certain cases, and whilst the description submitted on the planning application does not accurately reflect what needs to be remedied, Council have proceeded to determine it, costing the applicant in the region of £2,000 in planning fees. Surprising that as the application has been in the system for almost 12 months, little was done to try and resolve the issues. In terms of planning policy and the fact that both the shed and yard are immune with a nil planning use, the establishment of a use does not fit cleanly into existing planning policy. PPS 21 and PPS 4 are relevant to this proposal. However, Section 5 of PPS 21 highlights that the Council should assess development proposals against all planning policies along with other material considerations relevant to it. Policy states that whilst the provisions of PPS 21 set out the main planning considerations, there may be others that outweigh them and justify a contrary decision. This submission seeks to provide overriding policy and material considerations to consider approval. Policy PED 2 of Policy Statement 4 states that proposals for economic development uses in the countryside will be permitted for the expansion of an established economic use. However, again, as the nature of the economic use has not been established, then it is clear that this unique case does not fit easily into any of those policies or criteria as set out. It could be argued but that the proposal can be considered as an expansion of sorts, as it is proposed to expand the vacant building to a building with a storage use, and similarly the yard does bringing both into use. Just after the enforcement appeal decision, in a statement by the Minister of the Environment, Sammy Wilson, he came out and said that full account should be given of the economic aspects of a planning proposal, including the wider benefits to the regional or local economy, alongside social and environmental aspects, insofar as their material consideration in the determination of a planning application. In such cases where the economic benefit of the proposal are significant, then substantial weight shall be afforded to them in the determination of that planning application. And that is the same objectives contained in all planning policy and guidance.
You've about a minute left, Brendan.
Okay, I'm trying to get through this. One of the main aims of PPS 21 is to manage development of the countryside in a manner that strikes balance between the need to protect the countryside while supporting rural communities. Considering that the physical structures of a building and yard have been in the landscape for many years and the existing business has been supporting the local economy and rural communities since the 1970s, sufficient weight should be attached in the material consideration of an acceptable storage use for the building and yard. The value to the local economy of the existing business is not given any weight in the council planning assessment at all. We would challenge the use of only the SPPS policies in the determination of the proposal. The SPPS deals with the conversion and reuse of locally important buildings, which promotes the reuse, and I would emphasise the reuse of previously used buildings. However, we would argue that as the existing building never had a planning use, then how can they be reused? So clearly then we must return back to CTY 4. And the wording of that policy states that planning permission shall be granted to proposals for the sympathetic conversion of a suitable building for a variety of alternative uses where this would secure its upkeep. Surely this is the policy that this proposal fits into. PPS, almost finished, Chair.
Could you draw to a close, Brendan, please?
States that the policy approach to development in the countryside must be to cluster, consolidate and group new development within existing buildings. But in summary, this is a unique case of a building and yard which have existed in the countryside for many years with no recognised planning use. Council have relied entirely on policies to determine that this retention with little or no assessment of the need to establish a planning use only. In addition, as highlighted by the RDS, SPPS and Minister statement, this proposal should be given substantial weight in terms of economic considerations which would justify an alternative decision. So lastly, over the years there have been no objections or complaints to the site usage. In reality,
could you finish now, Brendan? You've run out of time, unfortunately.
Just 3 lines, Chair.
Right.
In
Go
reality,
ahead.
there is no harm to the public interest in allowing the building and yard to be put to use as storage for materials for an already successful rural economic enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you. I've one speaker up so far. Glenn, I know you've got your hand up, but unfortunately, because you can't take part, you can't ask questions. Councillor Smith, Chris.
Thanks very much, Chair. I suppose as a number of questions I'd like to ask Brenda, I suppose, or maybe whoever's the more appropriate. When we look at the essential use, I suppose the very simple question that I would ask you is, what can the business do with this storage facility that it couldn't do without it, or how does the inability to use this storage facility sort of critically impact the operation of the business? Because that word, essential, is quite pertinent here. So that'll be the first question, Brendan, or Eilish, depending on who would feel more comfortable answering it.
Eilish, do you want to take that up?
Yeah, well, essentially we need it critically for the storage of materials and plant. Currently we don't have enough storage facility where we are based, and so we can't bulk buy. So if there are any opportunities to buy materials and store them anywhere, we don't have enough facilities where we are to do that. So it's essential to the run of the business, because as I said in my statement, there are price increases. There are major contracts that we're missing out on because we can't tender for them because we don't have anywhere to store the materials. So it's essential to the continuation of our business, you know, as it is. Prices are increasing. If we're not able to bulk buy, well then we're going to be priced out of the market in regards to tendering for projects because we'll not be able to compete with other contractors who do have sufficient storage facilities, you know, to be able to buy in a, you know, before prices increase.
Thank you. Chris, another question?
Yeah, just very quickly, and it probably would be more leveled at the officers, but I'm going to ask it of Brendan. Brendan, are you aware of any precedent where the use has been curtailed, but the building is to be retained? I might ask a lot of the officers in due time.
Is that to me?
Yeah.
Chair?
Yeah, please.
Well, over a few years of dealing with planning applications, the main problem here was the enforcement rule that it was 4 years for the immunity of a building and it was 10 for a use. So years ago we did have problems that buildings were immune from enforcement but the use wasn't. The problem being again that it wasn't sustainable in terms of there's an empty building sitting in the countryside with no use, and you know, I think this was probably one of the reasons why the 5-year rule was brought in for both buildings and use, so that it would both match up and this problem would not occur. And I mean, this is a long-term problem that we still have the building which is immune from enforcement, so it's going to sit there forever, fall into disrepair. With an ill use, and it's not a sustainable form of planning. So it has happened before, but I mean I can't really tell you what those were. It's a few years ago now.
Okay. Well, thanks. I'll direct the rest of my questions at the officers, Chair, if that's all right.
That's okay. I'll go on now to Councillor Feely. Anthony?
Thank you, Robert, and thank you, Ailish, for that presentation. It was very very good there, and it's not that easy talking like that there. But it's just it's a big company that I used to be at the building game myself years ago. Look, and I heard tell of them. I've been working down around Donegal and Sligo around here, like, and it's employing a lot of people up in that area there, which is a good thing. Like, it's hard to get jobs and all that. And the shed is just being used for storing. Is it cement and kind of all that kind of stuff? Like, is the machinery being stored in there, diggers and teleports and that kind of stuff? And just wondering, what is that the main use of it, or is there any other uses for it there? Like, and they're a big concern. Just what I'm trying to say, like, in small rural areas where there's a lot of people being employed, like, it's just a pity that it helped the area up there if it could be kept as it is, like. But I was just wondering, is that the sole use of it? Like, it's just for keeping cement and plastering tools and equipment and stuff like that. You know, was anything else been using it? Making stuff for making doors and stuff like that, like kind of like a wee factory or anything like that? No,
it's not. No, it would be storage. It would be storage. Now, it would be our main storage facility, and we would be able to employ stock people to look after the storage, and you know, it would house our plant and stuff like that. You know, all under one roof. So it would be more secure and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's kind of retaining jobs and stuff up there and stuff like that. Yeah. That's okay. I was just kind of more kind of a query than a question. Okay, thank you for that, Ian.
Not at all, Anthony. Councillor Deehan, Josephine.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, may I just clarify with Brendan? Did he state that this facility had been used for storage of building materials and plant prior to an application for regularisation of use? Can I just clarify that? Brendan did say that there had never been any objections from local residents to this use, but just to clarify that this facility has in fact been used for storage of materials and plant up to the point where the applicant applied for regularisation of use. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Josephine. Brendan?
Yes, Chair. What happened was that prior to 2007, Loughran's have been using that site for the storage of building materials, etc., as was pointed out by Eilish. It must have been as a planning exercise that enforcement was brought out on the site, and the enforcement appeal was heard. As we know, the result was that the building and the yard had a nil use. So for 6 months, Loughran's had ceased working on it, storing anything on it. But after that, they felt the necessity they had to go back to it. So really, since the 1970s, barring about 6 months, it has always been used for storage, both building and yard.
I think probably just from the chair to clarify, I think probably on the back of Josephine, what has happened after the judgment on appeal with regard to the use of the building, Brendan? You've talked about the use up to 2007. What was the use, if any, post 2007 up to the date of application in 2019?
Yeah, it was just, Chair, it was just for a period of 6 months after the determination of the appeal, which was in 2008. Where the use ceased, but because Loughran's then needed the storage space, it commenced again in 2008, 2009, something like that, right up to the present day. And as I said in the statement, that it was through their own recognition that through the planning papers that they submitted a planning application for the retention of it, rather than having been asked to do it by the planning service.
Yeah. Just a question again from the chair. Have you, or did the occupants apply for a CLUD prior to putting in a regularisation application? It doesn't appear on the file. All right.
Chair, that's why I did mention that they were ill-advised in certain cases at an early stage.
Right, Councillor Feely, you still have your hand up. Do you want to take it down, Anthony? Any further questions? Okay, I'll go to Darren to...
Speaking rights.
Oh, yes, sorry. I do have speaking rights from Councillor McCann, but it's a written submission.
Just a second. Second page.
Yep, second page. And I'm going to read it out on behalf of Councillor McCann. I probably won't do it as well as Stephen, so please bear with me. He's quite an actor and player in regard to speaking rights. Brendan Loughran and Sons are a well-known, established and respected building contractor known throughout Ireland. The firm are a significant local employer with over 80 members of staff on the payroll. The site in question has been used as a storage area for various building materials, supplies associated with their business. The argument in favour of approval presented today before you is quite technical in nature, so I would encourage you all to engage the agent in full before reaching your decision. The site has been through an appeals process in the past, which was upheld in favour of the applicant. The building, which is before you today for approval, was immune from enforcement and was allowed to remain. However, it had no approved planning use. It was also determined that the enforcement notice, while requiring the use of the building for storage and storage of building materials on the land to cease, it did not require the hardcore of the yard to be removed. The resultant consequence of the enforcement appeal was that the building could remain, but with no storage use approved in it, and a hardcore yard could remain, which had no approved storage use on it. Basically, an empty shed sitting on a large vacant area of hardcore. So in a nutshell, the building and yard can remain for eternity. We just have to approve the use. Surely the common sense approach here would be issue the approval here and regulate the site. The agent will have addressed the finer policy points in detail. I believe he has addressed them sufficiently to allay any concerns you, as the decision makers, might have in granting an approval. Given the technical nature of this application, I would once again encourage you to have any queries you may have on any aspect of this application addressed by the agent. In light of all the information which have been provided and clarified, I would respectfully ask you would approve this application. Again, I am acting on behalf of Councillor McCann and speaking his words as supplied to the officers. Thank you. We'll go on now to Darren to respond to the points made by Ailish Brendan. Darren?
Okay, members, everybody hear me okay? So just a few issues raised there. In terms of the issue of a CLUD, a certificate of lawfulness can't be applied where there's an enforcement notice in place on the site, so legally they can't apply for a CLUD. The description then is valid. Officers are content that everybody knows what's being proposed here. It's the retention of the use for storage, or the proposed use for storage. In terms of the some of the comments raised about the material considerations and all of the issues that are to be taken into account, and the comments from Councillor McCann there are quite appropriate, where he says we just have a common sense approach. That the policy is the thing that has to be complied with here, members. There is a case being presented to you in terms of overcoming the reasons for refusal on the screen. The information being presented has to be demonstrated that it is essential in the rural location, and that is the policy test before you. There also is a second reason, which is number 4 on the screen, about the visual impact, which hasn't really been explored in very much detail, but those two material considerations are before you. In terms of the application that has been submitted, I think the applicant stated herself, there's a lot of information there that has come forward at this meeting that wasn't raised previously as part of the application, and there's a significant amount of information in terms of economic benefits that is new information presented here today to you that planning officers were not aware of at the time. However, there's no issue with that, and it is all relevant material before you today.
Councillor Smith. Chris, you had a question, I believe, for Darren. Chris? You're muted.
Sorry.
Yep, okay.
I'll maybe just ask them all, and then because they're all pretty straightforward. Darren, in terms of the word essential, is a failure to compete and an inability to compete on the open market, would that constitute essential? The second one is, are you aware of any precedent? And the third one is, I've looked at the definition of the word expansion, and the act is, according to Google, it's the act of becoming larger or more extensive. Would Darren be prepared to view that as an appropriate definition, and therefore would it apply, because by giving an extra use it becomes more extensive, as an appropriate way of interpreting expansion?
So just to go through those, the meaning of the word essential, councillors, really is for yourselves to determine. It has an everyday common meaning, and so long as members determine it in accordance with that, that's fine, based on the evidence that's presented to you, and the applicant has put forward information on that. As I say, that wasn't before officers previously. In terms of the policy, though, it is a twofold test. It has to be essential in the location and could not be located within a settlement. The applicant has put forward information on that, but that was new information presented here today, and there's nothing on the file really about that. But in terms of the meaning of the word essential, that is going to be for you to determine based on the information presented to you. Each case will be different. No two cases will be the same. In terms of precedent, there are other buildings in the countryside that have been built for more than 4 years, and action has been taken on them, and they have no use. So they can't be demolished, but there's no approved use. Those are a small number. Everyone's going to be different. So I don't see this as causing any significant precedent in the countryside. However, it may encourage people to try it and build unauthorised development and see if they can get away with it, which has happened here. In terms of expansion, the expansion policy relates to the existing business on the site. So it's the expansion of that established business. There is none at this location here, so it can't be an expansion of any business at the site. There may be a business elsewhere, but the policies look at this site specifically and asking, is there an expansion here? And given there is no approved use, there can't be any expansion. So it's a new use.
Thank you very much, Darren. Councillor Deehan, Josephine.
Thank you, Chair. Question for Darren, Chair. Just in relation to the fourth reason for refusal, in terms of integration, Darren has already clarified that we are purely considering regularisation of the use of the building and the hardcore area. So we understand that the building and the hardcore region can be maintained. So could Darren, Chair, just please expand on why, on the fourth reason for refusal, would that be purely in terms of the materials or plants that might be stored external to the building and how that might impact on the integration of the site? Thank you.
Yep, so the critical issue in reason 4 is the outside storage of the plant and materials. We are on the countryside, so it's not something that you would expect to see driving about the countryside, is the outside storage of plant and machinery. And the policy really does not encourage storage uses in the countryside. It's written really against that. When you're driving along the road, it's the critical views along the road, driving past the front of the site and seeing all the lorries and the scaffolding planks and various other pieces of builders' materials and equipment. As I say, it's just not what you expect to see in the rural countryside.
Supplementary, Chair, if I may.
Oh, you can indeed, Josephine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the, recalling the photographs that Darren presented earlier, in which he gave evidence of an embankment adjacent to the laneway, and also to the landscaping and trees. Would it be the planning officer's opinion that compensation in terms of additional planting could achieve acceptable integration? Thank you, Chair.
You're talking about mitigation rather than compensation, Josephine?
Yes, mitigation, Chair. Thank you for that.
No, that's okay. No. Yep, Darren.
Yeah, well, the policy members is written in such a way that you can't an unacceptable site can't be made acceptable through the use of landscaping. So it's written in such a way that you can't just landscape a site to screen it. It's not written that way. The critical views were put on the screen for members, and you saw the views of the photographs. There is an existing embankment with some landscaping and planting on that. If members were content that they wanted to approve this, then a condition could go on that you could get extra landscaping. And additional landscaping to augment what is there.
Okay, happy enough, Josephine? Yep, thank you. Any other questions for Darren?
Chair.
Is that Councillor Reilly?
No, Tommy here.
Oh, Tommy, sorry. Councillor McGuire. Yeah, go ahead, Tommy.
Well, on the proposal, it was for the. I'm after moving my screen now just when I went to read it out.
No, I can see you now. I can see you now.
Okay. Well, really, are we discussing the proposal of the retention of the shed, or are we discussing the change of use?
It's
as the proposal indicated, we're discussing the shed, but actually we're talking about the use of the shed. The other question I would have: the previous planning issues were back in 2008. So we're talking about a shed and the outside tarmac that has lay in the countryside for 12 years. Has there been any objections from the residents to the visual aspect of this building in the countryside? Maybe that it just has there been any complaints from the locals?
Yeah. So just to be clear, members, the application is for the retention of the use. The building is immune. Nothing can be done about the building or the hardcore. It's purely the use of the site. In terms of the objections, members will note from the planning officer report and part 4, there are no objections or no representations received. So that's on page 3, item 4.
Happy enough, Tommy? The other one?
Just a small wee one back on that.
No,
so
go ahead.
Effectively then, this shed and the hardcore could be there for time immemorial without a use. Would that be correct?
It would. I'll answer on behalf of Darren, and he will probably agree with me. Yes. And it's not tarmac, Tommy, just for clarification, it's hardcore the whole way right round the building. No, it's okay.
I'll submit to your QA knowledge there, Robert.
That's okay. That's all right. QS, actually, not QA, and project management. I'm not trying to be smart either. Right, Councillor Smith, I'm letting you back in, but we're coming towards a decision. Chris?
Just very quick, I suppose just to build on what Tommy said, I mean, if we're talking about the use, I'd just like a wee bit more from the officers as to why. I mean, there's stuff in there around in reason for refusal for, around integration and stuff. Surely that's the building. That's not the use. That's the building. So why is refusal for still on the table if the building is immune, whether it visually integrates or not, should be irrelevant? Chair, thanks.
I think Darren will come back and talk that the part of the use of the site is to store plant, and it's the issue of plant then becoming visible and integrating. There is no discussion in regard to the building. The building is there and it's got whatever enclosure it has. It's the additionality when you start putting cranes and load-alls and diggers and everything into it, adds a new dimension. But again, if you decide that it's you can approve the use, you can mitigate, as Councillor Deehan has possibly suggested, with additional planting that can be conditioned on any approval, should the committee so suggest. I am not directing the committee, I'm just putting it out for information.
Yeah, just to answer the question there, if you don't mind, Councillor.
No, go ahead.
The question really was related to reason 4. If members refer to their planning report, they'll see on page 7, under the heading reason for refusal 4, there is a detailed comment on that issue that the councillor has raised. The issue is to do with the outside storage of machinery, containers, equipment, and other building materials. So it's quite clear from the report what the issue is, that it's the industrialized nature of the site, the untidy appearance. Storage is untidy, it's not an attractive appearance. You will see this driving along the Mullinmore Road, and as I say, it's not what is to be commonly found or expected to be found in the countryside. So, if that answers the question.
Right, members, no further questions. We now are at the stage of determination. So I'm looking for a proposal. The officer's recommendation is refusal with regard to 4 items for refusal. Should any member wish to go contrary to the officer's recommendation, then they have to propose policy issues to rebut the 4 items. Councillor Deehan. Josephine.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank Darren for his report and explanations and clarifications. And I will also want to thank Ailish and Brendan. Now, I have considered this issue very carefully. It is a highly unusual case and highly technical. I would like to propose that we do not accept the planning officer's recommendation, but proceed with a recommendation to approve this planning application for the following reasons, Chair. I accept. I accept that it is a development in the countryside, and therefore PPS 21 applies. I accept and note that there is planning approval for the building and for the hardcore area surrounding it. And that what we're discussing.
Hold on, Josephine. Hold on.
Apologies for interrupting you, Councillor. Just to be clear, that there is no planning permission for the building or the yard. So planning permission hasn't been granted. What has happened is the building has been sitting there for more than 4 years and is immune.
Yes.
So there's no planning permission, just to be clear in your comments.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Darren, for that clarification. I suppose the point I want to make, Chair, is that building and the surrounding hardcore area can remain ad infinitum. I have been impressed by the information given to the committee by Ailish and Brendan, that the storage facility at this site is essential for their business operation. We have heard that it is a long-established company giving a lot of local employment. And we have heard further that it is necessary to have appropriate storage and for plant and machinery and materials in order to facilitate the expansion of this long-established company. We have heard from Eilish that appropriate alternative sites have not been identified within the settlement area of Carrickmore. We have heard that storage has progressed in this building for a number of years without any objection. I am satisfied that appropriate mitigation could be applied in terms of additional landscaping and planting to screen the site from any unacceptable adverse visual impact of storage materials and machinery outside the building. I also feel that it is necessary for economic reasons to maintain employment within the area. And I do believe that this storage use is essential for the business and is essential for the continuing effective business operations here. I think it would be wholly inappropriate to have a shed and hardcore area which lies vacant and which would not support this local business and may detrimentally affect the viability of this business. We've already heard that contracts may be lost owing to lack of storage facility. So for those reasons, Chair, I would like to propose that we approve this planning application. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. At this stage, I'll bring Darren back in because I just want to make sure that each of the 4 items for refusal have been addressed. I know you've addressed one or two, but I just want to clarify that.
I just wanted to clarify as well.
Right. Do you want to ask the question? Sorry, I'm going between Deirdre and Darren here. Deirdre?
Just before Darren comes in, I wanted to check around the essential, because obviously we've heard that it is essential to have storage, and I think the member has just sort of emphasised that. The issue that I haven't, I don't think has been addressed is essential at this location, because whereas the agent did make reference to no available sites within the development limits, I am not aware that we have any information on file to state that, and if we were to give weight to that, we would need that information on file. This is obviously a company that operates over quite a large area, so they're not restricted to Carrickmore. So, you know, nearby settlements, what land has been available within there to meet this need in terms of the essential, and I think we need that information on the file. We couldn't attach any weight to a comment that is made by the agent without sort of the evidence to support that on file. I'll just pass on to Darren for the other.
Yeah, no, I've nothing really further to add. Members, on the reasons for refusal on the screen, if members are content it meets 1, then reasons 2 and 3 don't need any comment. But reason 4 would also be material that would be relevant. So it's really 1 and 4 is before you.
I have to unmute myself. Just from the chair to clarify in regard to your comments about alternatives and essential. Reference has been made. Are you saying that you would want something on file, even if it was, I haven't come to this point of fact, but if the committee were so minded to go ahead, you would still need something on file?
I think we need evidence on file to say that it's essential because there are no sites available within the development limit. And, you know, this has been consistent with other similar applications we've had in the countryside where we've asked for that evidence, and in some cases have actually deferred the application to allow that to come in. And obviously we would be looking at potential sites. We can't attach any weight to the fact the building is there. It's there. It can be demolished if the applicant so chooses, but we can't say it's there, and therefore we have to approve a use simply because it's there. So it's back to why is it essential at that location? And it's looking at, what evidence is there that there's no suitable sites within the development limits?
Josephine, before we move on to some other speakers, you've heard what Deirdre and Darren have said. Have you any comment on it, or have you any change in what you want to say or do?
Yes, well, thank you, Chair. Well, I would take cognizance of the officer's advice that we do require some evidence before reaching our decision. In response to Deirdre's comments that, this is a big company, they could have their storage facility elsewhere, maybe in other areas. Chair, we all will be aware of security issues, and Ailish has already referred to theft of materials. And I am aware in my own district of Killyclogher of plant having been stolen from building sites and used to remove cash machines from local areas. So I would have thought that it is appropriate for a construction company to have their storage facility quite close to where they have their offices and where their local workers reside. So I don't think I would accept that it's desirable for this company to have a storage facility within a settlement area at a distance removed from Carrickmore, because I don't believe that is beneficial to the applicant. However, I would amend my proposal to say that we should defer this application with a view to approval if we get the documentation which Deirdre has suggested is essential for approval of this recommendation. Chair, thank you.
I think I'll take advisement, Josephine. I think we just go for a straight deferral to get the necessary documentation, and then we bring it back in front of the committee for determination. I don't think we can determine it and then defer it awaiting information, but I'll seek clarification on that.
No, it'd be okay. In terms, if you want to defer it to allow the submission of the additional information, officers will consider that and bring it back to the committee for decision related. If members are feeling going to go down that route, can I maybe suggest that we also ask Ailish to put forward the information she had read out in her speaking rights, as there's a huge amount of information in there which is not on the file, and really she has acted as an exemplary planning agent in her speaking rights. So if you could put that in writing to the council so it can be added for the file as well.
Josephine, are you happy enough to make it a deferral for a month to actually get all that information, necessary information on file?
Yes,
so
I would, Chair.
That's
I propose
okay.
that we defer
for
one
one
month.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's okay. Anthony, Councillor Feely, are you coming in to second that proposal?
Yes, I'm coming in to second that, Robert. I think it would be the best thing to do now, because seeing that it's such a big rural area, which is any rural area to have relate to a place is employing 80 people, so I think it'd be the best thing to do, Robert.
I think it would. And in the light of the information that we got from the chair, I think it would be useful that this is looked at in further detail by the officers and brought back within a month. Are we all happy with that? A deferral for 1 month? Good. Could everybody take their hands down, Sean and Earl, please? So that's agreed. We defer for 1 month. We are now going on to item 6 on the agenda. Hold on, I'm just getting a deferral. I think we've got to get Darren's screen working again. So look, I'm going to take a break for a quick break for 5 or 6 minutes. I'll turn the recording off. We'll have comfort break now. It's halfway through. Thank you. Members, I breathe a sigh of relief. I'm turning my video on. I think we've got the technical issues sorted. I'm going to start the recording again, and Darren will start back on item 6 in the agenda, application 1. That's LA10 bar 2020 bar 0334F, and that's the retention of steel frame and erection of carport. Darren?
Okay, everybody hear me now, members? Yes, okay. So application 1 then is LA10 2020-0334. It's a full application for the retention of a steel frame and erection of a carport for the storage of a caravanette at Lochreed Terrace in Drumquin. And the recommendation, members, is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report. So I'll just take you through the details, members. You'll recall this from last month, members. The application was presented to you with a refusal. The caravanette building then is located in the front of number 38 in the position of the black rectangle. And that's just zoomed in a bit closer to see. So you have an access out onto the road, and the caravanette, the building then is on the right. The proposal has now been amended following the deferral last month, and the agent has amended the design. So the steel frame will remain, but the sides on the facing the curtilage of the house and the front of the public area will be smooth particle board, plastered and painted to match the dwelling. And that's the front elevation, again in the particle board. The side elevation then facing Craigmore Glen will remain with the clear perspex cladding. However, as you note from the report, that's not an issue. And that's just a photograph, if you recall from last month, of the proposal that which they sought to retain. So the design has been amended now and is more appropriate and in keeping with the character and appearance of the surrounding area. So you'll note from the report, members, that the recommendation now is to neighbour notification. Just to advise you, no objections have been received following the re-neighbour notification. So there are no objections to this amended plans.
Thank you very much, Darren. Councillor Thompson, Earl.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I thank Darren for the report. And I'm happy that obviously the agent and the applicant has worked with our planning officers to get this to this stage. I'm happy enough to propose a recommendation with the condition as listed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Earl. Councillor Rainey, Alan.
Very happy to second that, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other counter proposals? No. We've got a proposal to approve as per the recommendation from the officers. All agreed? Agreed.
Okay.
That has been approved.
Give me a second here. I have to find the other one.
Yep. We're now going to go on, members, to application number 6. And there are speaking rights on it. And confidential paper has been attached to MinutePad, which I think you've all read. So I'm just going straight to Darren.
Yeah, members, just a second, so application 6 then is LA10 2020-0751. It's a full application for the extension of the curtilage and erection of an annex providing independent living accommodation at 33 Shanmuller Road in Drumquin with the applicant Kay Baxter. The recommendation was previously, members, in the report to refuse planning permission. Members will note from the confidential addendum report, or the update report that was sent round, that recommendation is now changed to an approval. Okay.
Hello, this is Kevin. Can you hear me okay?
Sorry, who's that?
So, James, the IT guy, asked me to just check if you could hear me.
Yeah, can. Could you mute yourself?
Yeah.
Please. Yep. Thanks. Thanks, John.
Are we okay? I'm just waiting for John McBride, the agent.
He's already in. I've muted.
Is it okay? Yeah.
Just mute the two of them.
Okay, so members, application 6 then is LA 10 2020-0751. So the extension of a curtilage in the erection of an annex providing independent living accommodation at 33 Shanmuller Road, Drumquin for Mr. Baxter. The recommendation was to refuse planning permission, but now officers are now recommending approval for the reasons listed within the report. Just to advise members, to give you an update, that since the publication of the case officer's report, further information was received from a planning consultant, plus cross-sectional drawings to accompany the report. This sought to present a case that the planning officers had misinterpreted the policy and were incorrect in their judgment. In addition, the applicants provided further personal information about why the site is not suitable. This information now confirms the alternative sites are not suitable for the occupant's personal needs for a number of reasons, and the only place is the location as submitted. I'll just take you through the information then on the screen. You can see on the left then is the application site in red, with the applicant's dwelling then in blue, number 33, and the curtilage of his garden then is included within the blue land. The proposed annex then is on the right hand side. Access comes in off the existing access to number 33, with a new laneway then round into the new annex. That's the aerial photograph of the number 33, and you can see the garden area around the house, and then the adjacent field then on the right hand side. I'll take you through that in a second. So the proposal then is for an independent living accommodation for an adult. It's got a living, dining room, kitchen, and then the applicant's room and other rooms, including a guest bedroom for carers, etc. Elevations then, it's well designed, low elevation, with the massing and scale broken up. So the plan then on the left hand side is the block plan. On the right then you can see the location of that building approximately superimposed onto the aerial photograph, with the new access then coming in off the existing laneway. Officers had initially formed an opinion that there were two alternative options. So you can see option 1 or option 2. As a result of the information received from the applicant following a meeting on Monday, those options have been ruled out and are no longer suitable. So the recommendation then to refuse has been withdrawn. And the recommendation now from officers is to approve plan permissions subject to conditions. And there are 3 suggested conditions: that the annex hereby permitted shall be only occupied by Hannah Baxter and her carers. The provision of visibility displays of 2.4 by 60 in both directions prior to occupation, and then a standard time period for commencement.
Thank you very much, Darren. There are speaking rights, but I see Councillor Thompson. Do you want to speak now, Councillor Thompson? Earl?
No, I'm happy to wait till the speaking rights are over, Chair, and I'll come on then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have Mr. John McBride, the agent, and Mr. Kevin Baxter, the applicant. Gentlemen, when I bring you in, you have 10 minutes, maximum 10 minutes between the two of you. If you could do your introductions and then go straight into whatever you want to say. The committee may or may not ask you questions. If not, we will move on.
Sorry for the interruption, Chair.
Yeah, Tommy, yeah, go ahead.
Could it be that the speaking rights, will they involve reference to the confidential matter? Maybe we need to go into committee?
If they do, we will have to go into committee, yes. Thank you very much for reminding me. Yep. Do we need to consider just going into confidential now? Yep. I think we'll just go. Mr. Baxter, we have an approval before us and you've got speaking rights and you want to exercise those, that's fair enough, what we've got here. But if you actually mention anything with regard to the medical conditions, because it is of a confidential nature, we will actually have to go into confidential. If you merely just want to speak in general terms with you and Mr. McBride, that's happy enough. Councillor Maguire, Tommy?
Sorry again for the interruption, Chair. In light of the change in the recommendation and that there is an approval before us, if the two members care to withdraw their speaking rights, and maybe we could proceed straight to the recommendation with their indulgence, obviously, Chair.
That's fair enough. Mr. Baxter, we are now at a situation where it's into an approval rather than a refusal. If you care to stand back, we will go straight to members' recommendation or determination. What do you wish to do?
I'd be happy just with that, if you can hear me.
We can hear you. So you're happy to forego your
Yeah.
speaking rights and we'll go forward. That's okay. Thank you very much indeed. Members, you've heard we're actually going straight now to the members' either debate or decision. I've got Councillor Thompson up first. Earl.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, bear in mind what has been said there. I'm happy enough to go to our decision, and I'm happy to approve the officer's recommendation with the conditions as listed. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Earl. Councillor Deehan, you're next up. Josephine.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Darren, for your report. And I would be happy to second Councillor Thompson's proposal that we approve this planning application, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Campbell, Glenn, do you wish to speak on the issue or do you want to just, are you bringing up another proposal? Thank you.
Well, Chairman, no, I suppose I agree with the proposal as it stands, and I want to put on record to appreciation to the officers who worked up until Monday of this week, agent as well to get a resolution. Thanks, Chairman.
I would echo those sentiments as well. It's useful when we have cooperation both between our planning officers and agents and applicants. Members, we have a proposal by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Deehan, to go with the officer's recommendation to approve. Are we all in favour? If there are any objections, please indicate now. No objections. That is taken as an approval, and we were all in agreement. So that's unanimous. Thank you very much indeed. Darren, we'll now go back to the, if you want to say anything with regard to that, right, we'll move on to application number 3. We're back on to the running order, and that is LA10/2020/0679, and it's for farm dwelling and domestic garage. Over to you, Darren. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, members. So, application 3 then, LA10/2020/0394. So an outline application for a farm dwelling and a domestic garage on lands immediately west. Sorry, I'm on the wrong one, councillors. Apologies. I've jumped myself. Number 2 we should be at. Yeah. That better. Application 2. So it's LA10/2020/0394. It's an outline application for a dwelling and domestic garage on a farm for Mr. McKeown, and the location then is on the Millwood Road, Lisbon. The recommendation then is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report, and subject to one reason. So I'll just take members through the application. On the screen then is the farm map of Gordon and Barbara McKeown, and you can see the location of the farm group along the Millwood Road, with the site then identified by the red star. The farm group then on the site location map you can see is identified by the purple circle, with the access then along the existing laneway, which is identified by the purple arrow, and the site then is shown at the top of the screen. Additional lands owned by the applicant then are in blue. And if we take that onto the aerial photograph, you can see then the site location is identified by the red rectangle beside the public road, which is the purple line running along the frontage. The laneway then up to the existing farm group is shown at the bottom of the slide by the black arrow. And if we take a critical views, if you imagine standing at the bottom of the laneway and you're looking towards the site along the red arrow, that's the view that you would get. So you can see the laneway in front of you and the site then in front of you. And that's just another view looking towards the site with the existing laneway on the left. And then another photograph of the site. In terms of the policy, the critical issue is the separation distance between the farm group and the proposed site. And you can see on the screen the farm group then is clearly seen and visible on the slide, and the site then is about 170 metres away, directly across the field. In terms of views then of the existing farm group, the farmland owned by the applicant is in blue. If you imagine, members, you're down on the road at the yellow star looking up towards the farm group. That's the view that you would get. You can see the laneway then is a tree-lined avenue running up the hill, and you can see the replacement house then is visible at the back. From that location, the farm group then is slightly set off the crest of the hill. That's a photograph then looking up the laneway. And then if we were on the right-hand side, just at the bottom of the laneway on the right-hand side, looking up towards the farm buildings, you can see the farm group then is set just slightly off the top of the crest of the hill. In terms of views from the other direction, the yellow star then looking up towards the farm group and the replacement house off the Millroad Road. And that's the view then. You can see the farm group and the house then is a story and a half then, house on the left-hand side of the slide. In terms of possible alternatives, the application site is in red. There are 3 possible alternatives that are identified by the yellow star. Just to go through some of the details, members will recall this from the previous application, or previous presentation last month, where the application was presented with a recommendation to refuse. At that meeting, it was deferred to allow information to be sent in about farm expansion plans. Information has come in on the 5th of November. The plans show a new store and silage pit proposed beside the existing farm buildings, and I've put the approximate position there on the slide in the purple rectangle. So the buildings are proposed to go there beside the farm group. There's also information from a contractor who's quoting a price for the erection of the sheds. And there's also a letter from a mortgage advisor saying that at present he is unable to, and I quote, lend money on a property which is built on a shared laneway or in close proximity to existing farm buildings. He continues, a laneway running parallel to an existing laneway would also not serve the problem. In terms of the policy, the policy does allow for sites away from farm groups. As you can see on the screen there, I've just copied it out as an exception. So consideration may be given to an alternative site elsewhere in the farm, provided there are no other sites available at another group of buildings on the farm. So the first test is whether there's alternatives available at the existing farm group. As I say, there are a number there. Second and third bullet point then is related to demonstrable health and safety reasons or verifiable plans. No demonstrable health and safety reasons have been submitted. However, there are plans showing the expansion of the farm group. The key word though in the policy again is verifiable, what that means. And if we go to the policy, it assists with the paragraph 5.42 stating that that evidence relating to the future expansion of the farm business may include valid planning permissions, building control approvals or contractual obligations to supply farm produce. Following the meeting last month, what has been submitted are proposed plans for a building around 600 square metres which would require planning permission to be erected. No planning permission exists. The information then about the contractor is a quote for building the structure. It's not a contractual obligation. And there's no other evidence of any obligations to supply farm produce. So the application doesn't fall within or meet that part of the application policy. In terms then of the other issues that the mortgage advisor is saying they're unable to lend money on a property which is built in a shared laneway or in close proximity to farm buildings. There are a number of sites in this farm that are not close to the farm buildings and are sufficiently distant. And I note that the replacement house was built immediately beside the farm buildings and also using the farm laneway. So there doesn't appear to be any difficulty in getting approval for that. The letter is also just a letter from the mortgage advisor. There's no applications or evidence of any applications for mortgages that have been refused. It's a general comment in relation to that. So the recommendation then is to refuse. There are alternative sites available and therefore the off-site location away from the farm group is not an exception to the policy. Just to advise members as well, there is an email of support has come in from Rosemary Barton MLA, received on Tuesday the 17th of November in support of the application and is favourable towards the proposed development. So in terms of the application, members, the summary of the refusal reasons, you can see on the screen then that the proposal is contrary to C2I 10, has not been demonstrated that the proposed dwelling is visually linked for sited to cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm. It does not meet the exception test as there are other sites available on a group of buildings on the farm and there's neither health and safety reasons or verifiable plans to expand the farm business at the building groups. Okay.
Thank you very much, Darren. No speaking rights, so any questions for Darren? right? You've had the reasons for refusal, including the additional information supplied by the agent and applicant and the letter of support. So if there are no questions for Darren, oh, sorry, Councillor Campbell. Glenn?
Just, I suppose, and I think I possibly know the answer in that Darren hasn't really mentioned anything. Has there been any, there's an application's come in for an expansion of the business on the 5th of November. There would have been no detail or no discussion around, I suppose, the justification for that, and would that point to the expansion of the farm business in the direction of this building proposed development? Because I suppose if it did, it might raise concerns around safety that maybe haven't been fully teased out.
Just to be clear, members, the information that came in the 5th of November was not an application for planning permission. It was proposed plans showing the erection of a new shed on the site of as is shown on the screen. There is no planning application currently with the council for that. What I was saying was that the size and scale of the building they had submitted would need planning permission. It wouldn't be agricultural permitted development. So there's no application in yet with us. And as I say, in terms of the other information, there's no evidence of any contracts to supply produce or any comment behind why the expansion of the building really is needed and what it would be for.
Okay, Glenn. Any further questions or queries? Well, I'm looking for a proposal, members, either to go with the proposal or to go against and go for approval. Councillor Smith. Chris? Chris?
Muted, sorry, Chair. Chair, if you'll allow me to ask a question of Darren, just before rather than make a proposal. I think there's the bones of an acceptable application in there somewhere that just need a wee bit of teasing out. I suppose would Darren maybe give a wee bit of a steer as to how he thinks, does he think that with additional information this could be brought over the line, or is it a case of he thinks that everything that has been proposed or everything that has been submitted now is all that could be? Thanks, Chair.
Well, the first point, Councillor, I'd just remind you that the application was deferred last month to allow time for additional information to be submitted in relation to proposed farm business expansion plans. So, you know, everybody is aware of what was requested last month and information has come in. So another deferral for another month really would be sort of contrary to the spirit of the protocol. And, you know, agents are expected to provide the information that the committee is requesting. In terms of the alternative sites, I'll put them on the screen again, members. Just you can see there are 3 alternative sites there that would be considered to be suitable and would meet the planning policies. Number 3, in particular, down the road, was suggested to the applicant, and he has ruled that out and wants to go with the application site. So there are alternatives there, and if members consider that the proposed site should be approved, there will need to be a comment on why the alternative sites are not acceptable.
Chris? Are you coming back or?
I think I need we have time just to mull that one over.
Okay, that's all right. Glenn, are you coming back in?
Must be up, sorry, Chairman, not at the moment.
That's okay. Councillor Dehan, Josephine?
Thank you, Chair. No, I just wanted to ask Darren, had he discussed with the applicant the alternative sites? I think he has already indicated that he has. In what way is site 3 acceptable and the application site unacceptable? Is it relating to the distance from the farm buildings?
Yeah. So the application site is at the top of the screen in the opposite corner of the field. Number 3 then is visually linked when you're at the bottom of the lane looking up. There is a sense of physical separation, but members, I have to agree that the site would be considered to meet the policy tests. The Buildings on Tradition does give guidance on what sort of issues we should be taking into account, and we would be of the view that 1, 2, and 3 would be acceptable. In terms of the approach towards those, it's a sort of a chronology. You take number 1, and then if it doesn't work, you take number 2, and if it doesn't work, you take number 3. It's not go to number 3 straight away. Obviously, number 1 is the best site in terms of the visual groupage and linkage, and that is the one that would meet the policy clearly. If it is ruled out for various reasons, then you move to site 2. And if that is ruled out for whatever reasons, then you would move to site 3. So it's not a choice of 1, 2, or 3. It's a chronology here. But certainly number 4, when you're on the ground and you're looking at it, and you can see from the photographs, it bears no visual relationship with the farm group. At least number 3, you could take it off the farm lane, and therefore it would show it's part of that farm group and that farm business.
Thanks, Darren. Councillor Thompson Earl.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Probably in a similar vein there to our last 2 speakers, but it's just in discussions with the applicant, Darren. With the other sites that you have mentioned and shown, what are the applicant's feelings on those sites, or are there reasons why he feels, him and the agent feel that they are not suitable? And I know we had a presentation from them last month, but I do welcome information that has come in. But maybe if we issue a clarification there, Darren, please.
Well, I'll just go back to it. Well, certainly the officers did go back and suggest, site 3 as a possible alternative to the agent, but the applicant has ruled that out and cited a number of reasons. That's all new information, Councillor, to be honest, that would be received after the publication of the protocol or the agenda, sorry. So there are no speaking rights here today, and I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to put forward the applicant's case. He has ruled out number 3. He said he doesn't want it. The planning officer has the view that it would meet the policy tests, but as I say, number 1 has to be ruled out first, and then number 2, and then number 3. So I wouldn't. I don't think it's appropriate for me to put forward a reason why number 3 should be approved on behalf of the applicant or agent. That's the agent's job.
Okay.
Councillor McGuire, Tommy.
Again, it's in reference to the number 3 star. Did it really only come into play, Darren, with the insertion of the proposed plan and application? I don't believe it's made yet, but do you have it in the drawing there? The red rectangle. Is it the red rectangle that makes number 3 come into play, or is that would it come into play without that?
Yeah, so the stars that are presented there, the alternative sites that are presented, members, really are to give the applicant and agent more certainty in terms of what the planning officers would consider to be approved. The purple square is to show where he's proposing to expand. I don't think it'd be reasonable in any event to suggest that area as an alternative site, because it's right beside the farm buildings and it's an active working farm with the obvious noise, nuisance and smells. So that side was never in. And to answer your question directly, the site 3 does not require a building on that purple rectangle. Number 3 would be visually linked with the farm buildings. From the bottom of the lane looking up, it would have that as a backdrop. But as I say, just to be clear, it's number 1 first, then number 2, and then number 3. And there's no comment on why number 1 wouldn't work or number 2. There is a comment within the report about why the site doesn't work.
Thanks, Darren. Councillor Rainey, Alan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Does the blue line indicate the entire holding? And maybe I missed it as to how you described it, Darren. The purple building. What description did you give it when you at the outset of your talk?
Yeah,
your presentation.
Yeah, so on screen, Councillor, is a slide showing the alternative sites. It's not the entire holding. There is land, other land then to the rear of the farm group. You can see the blue arrow or the blue line is open towards the bottom left screen. So, but that area is not accessible. So I don't think it'd be appropriate to even consider suggesting putting a house in there. It'd be unreasonable.
I'm not thinking in terms of a house. I'm thinking in terms of the viability of the farm. How big is the farm, the holding itself?
Well, that wouldn't be relevant to the application, councillor. In terms of, it's a house on the farm based on the farm business. The size of that farm business is not important. What is important is it's active and established.
Okay, well then the purple building, how was it described then?
Yeah. So following the meeting last month, the applicant has submitted information on his proposed farm expansion plans.
Yeah.
The purple rectangle is the approximate location of his future plans to expand and build a new building there. And that would be part of his farm expansion. As I say, it's only a proposal. There's no planning application in for it, and there's no contract to build it.
Okay. You answered it on when you said new building. I thought maybe you said silo and shed, you know.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, Chris.
Thanks, Chair. So the only thing I'd like to ask, and I know the agent had presented to us last month. Is there any reason why, and have they given any reason, or is there any correspondence as to why they're not present? It is difficult to determine decisions without having an agent or an applicant there to fight the case. It kind of becomes difficult to ask them. Well, it's impossible to ask them things. But it's difficult to determine without them. Is there any reason why they haven't come along?
I don't know, councillor. Speaking rights were open and available as per the normal opportunity for applicants and agents. The agent was aware that it was rolled over from last month to this month. So I don't know the answer why there's no speaking rights.
Maybe I could come in here. I think there was an email from the agent, which I'm just going to try and find now. Sorry, bear with me. I think it was that the agent had overlooked the fact that he needed to
Does that answer your question, Chris?
Yes.
If that could be verified, I mean, I know we have in the past sort of been very reluctant to determine without giving people their chance to put their case forward, as I am reluctant to determine on this without having the opportunity to put the case forward. So thanks, Chair.
Yeah. Was it a different one, is it? Sorry, apologies, I'm obviously getting them mixed up with another one.
Right, we'll move on because we need to come to some sort of decision. Councillor Donnelly, Sean, you're next up.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, Councillor Deehan and them asked the same question. I was going to ask, site number 3, access to it, is it from the original laneway to the farmyard or from the road?
So the alternative site 3,
yes.
And as I keep stressing, councillor keeps stressing, everybody's going to 3, 1 and 2 needs to be ruled out first, okay? But in terms of number 3, access, the planning policy would require the access to come off the existing farm lane. However, officers are very aware that can cause difficulties with active farms and are willing to look at that. So a paired access, for example, could be provided adjacent to the existing laneway. But that's something could be explored later on. But certainly in terms of number 3, there would be no issue with getting an access into it.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson Earl.
Chairman, thank you for letting me in again. And I'm sort of like, I'm a wee bit reluctant to make a decision on this. And I know there's obviously been a breakdown in communication somewhere along the line here. And if I could see a way around it, I would like to suggest on this occasion that we defer this one for 1 month to allow maybe more information to come in, and also that the agent and the applicant would be in attendance at our next committee meeting. I would make that a proposal. I don't feel right in doing it, but I think we have to on this occasion, judge by what we've heard and maybe the breakdown in communication has been. And I know some information has come in, but maybe more has to come in. And I'll make that a formal proposal that we defer for 1 month to allow this to happen. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Earl. You've got a proposal to defer for 1 month. And I know we can't direct anybody to apply for speaking rights, but I appreciate the reluctance that members are actually voicing in regard to coming to a determination. Councillor Smith, Chris?
Thanks, Chair. I kind of find myself on the same page as Councillor Thompson. I don't think we can make the decision on this without them having their speak, and that's why I'll second it, Chair.
Sorry, Chair.
No, hold on, Deirdre. I would emphasise, because I know the officers are going to emphasise, we cannot demand that people come in to speak in front of the committee. Just be aware that if we go for a second deferral, which we have on some occasions, it's not the modus operandi that we want to do. It is up to the applicant and the agent to apply for speaking rights or supply any additional information. What we are doing is giving breathing space, but it will come back. And I would emphasise that the committee should make a determination when it comes back, irrespective of whether anybody comes in front of the committee. But we have a duly proposed and seconded application, not an application, but a proposal to defer for 1 month. Are we all agreed?
Can I just clarify, Chair? There was an email from the agent. Basically,
we've gone beyond that. We've got a proposal, and I put it to the floor. Anybody objecting? No, that's a deferral. We'll go on now to application number 3. That's LA10 bar 2020 bar 0679, farm dwelling and domestic carriage. Darren, and we have speaking rights.
Yeah, so number 3 then, members, LA10 2020 06790. It's an outline application for a farm dwelling and domestic garage on lands immediately west and adjacent to 53 Motor Road, Barra, for Mr. McDade. The recommendation is to refuse planning permission. And members will note from the report the application was presented last month, where it was deferred for 1 month to allow time for additional information to be submitted in respect of the agricultural activities in the buildings at number 53 Motor Road. So I'll just take you through the details then, members. You'll recall from last month's presentation, the site location then is identified in red, L-shaped plot back off the public road with the adjacent house then identified in blue as number 53. And a photograph then showing the site. You can see the public road then with the site in red. So the application then is by Mr. McDade, and he is using the farm business of Mr. Carlin. So Mr. Carlin's farm business maps are shown on the screen, and you can see. Have we got? So the farm map then is Mr. Carlin's farm map on the screen. The site's in yellow with the public road then. You can see it at the bottom of the slide. On the screen, members, you'll note from the yellow star, there's a group of buildings then at the bottom is field 4A. So that's field on the left-hand slide then is map 1, field 4A is the green field. You can see the yellow star is identifying a number of buildings. Since the previous deferral last month, it's now come to light that the farmer, Mr. Carlin, now owns those farm buildings. Previously it was there were no farm buildings, so he now owns those farm buildings, and you can see on the right hand side that's a Google Street View image just of the location of those buildings and behind the house with access up by the yellow lane. The applicant has put forward information through his agent, and that was received on the 5th of November, providing information on the fields owned by the applicant, and has sought to rule that out, and I'll come on to that in a second. So the other land then owned by Mr. Carlin then is map 2. You can see the field. And then map 3. And the farm maps then map 4. So these are Mr. Carlin's farm maps. And so back to site then. So that's an aerial slide of the adjacent house number 53. And you can see the fields then around the house. In terms of the critical views, so the view then from the bottom of the slide where the yellow star is, looking along the yellow arrow towards the site, which is identified in red. You can see there's a line of trees along the edge of the road with the purple line, and that really screens the site from that direction, and they can largely be retained in the event of any approval, so there's no critical views from that direction. From the northern approach, the yellow star looking towards the number 53 in the direction of the yellow arrow, and that's the view that you would see there. So you can see number 53, and then the hedge along the field boundary and the rise in the land then up towards the right hand side. Moving along the road, and then that's the site frontage, and you can see the adjacent buildings then beside the house. So on the right hand side there's a small building, and on the left then the lean-to garage, which is full of peat at the time of the site visit. Site then is shown in front of you, slightly above the level of the road, which rises up to the hill to the rear. So you'll note from the report, members, that a site at the rear of the plot would be elevated and would require significant regrading and digging into the hill, and would also overlook the adjacent property. However, from the information presented last month, I think the applicant is content with a site down the road. So just before I come on to the reasons for refusal, members, just to give you an update. Well, information was received on the 5th of November, and this is included within the planning report. It provides information on the fields owned by the McDade family, and also comment on the lands owned by Mr. Carlin. As I say, now confirming farm buildings owned by him at Mountfield. And it's the information seeks to rule the sites at Mountfield out. However, the deferral last month was to allow information to be submitted on the agricultural activities of the building at number 53. There's limited information on that, other than repeating the comments that they provide a convenient location for Mr. Carlin to store fertiliser, seed, wire and small implements. And they are the same buildings used by Mr. McDade when he farmed the land under the historic McDade Farm Business Reference Number. There's no new evidence provided in respect of the agricultural activities at number 53 following the deferral, and no evidence to demonstrate they are agricultural or used by Mr. Carlin for farming as part of his farm business. As I say, the critical issue before you, members, is that number 53, which is the house, is not a building on Mr. Carlin's farm and not part of Mr. Carlin's farm group. And the policy requires a visual link with an established group of buildings on Mr. Carlin's farm. And on the screen then, members, you can see the 4 reasons for refusal. So number 1 then, contrary to policy, the site's not visually linked or set to cluster with an established group of buildings on Mr. Carlin's farm. And the proposal is not an exception to policy. Reasons 2 and 3 then are visual reasons linked to the site at the rear. It would be a prominent feature in the landscape and lacking long established boundaries and unable to provide a suitable degree of enclosure, and wouldn't blend with the landform, and the ancillary earthworks would not integrate into their surroundings. And finally then, number 4 is the reason for refusal that the proposal is contrary to policy and that there's no overriding reasons why this development is essential in this rural location and could not be located within a settlement. The applicant, Mr. Carlin, owns land within Mountfield where a house could be built without any requirement to meet any of their rural planning policies. So there is an alternative location there for a new development on the farmland owned by Mr. Carlin within limits. You'll see then the reason for refusal in terms of overlooking has been withdrawn because, as I say, I think the applicant was content that he would take a road frontage site.
That's it. Thank you very much indeed. We have representations from Brendan Johns, the planning agent, and he is again in the Grange. Brendan, are you connected yet?
Here, Chair, still here. Unfortunately, we were unable to see Darren's presentation there, but I do have in my notes the field numbers, so I'll refer to those.
Right, that's okay. Brendan, you have 10 minutes as usual. If you use it, you use it, and if no, yeah, you go ahead, please.
Well, just to reiterate some of the points, that the McDade family own the farmlands as shown on the old Dard farm maps submitted to Darren under business ID 651089. They show those fields numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 16 and 17, and they correspond with the same fields as shown on farm map 5 belonging to Anthony Carlin, who has business ID 620228. So business ID, the original one after the passing of Mr. McDade, was in the name of Christina, his wife, and the applicant's mother and sister of Anthony Carlin. And when Noel, the applicant, went to work in Galway, Mrs. McDade, who lives on her own and suffers from depression, couldn't maintain the farm herself and let the lands in Conacre to her brother. Now that Noel's returning home permanently and is to marry in the near future, he intends to re-establish the farm business with Dara under his own name and live on the family land. Anthony Carlin owns or leases out farmland as shown on his farm maps. He lives at number 12 Main Street, Mountfield, and owns fields 1, 1A, 1B and 7 as shown on map 7. Now they're within the development limits of Mountfield, and under criterion B, it doesn't, land within the settlement limits doesn't really come into consideration for development of the countryside. But they're more suited to comprehensive residential development anyway. So to the northeast of the village and just outside the development limits along Inish Clan Road, Mr. Carlin farms the lands shown on map 2, which are fields 4A, 4B, 3, 2 and 6. These lands are to the rear of numbers 8, 10 and 12 Inish Clan Road, which are not in the ownership of Mr. Carlin, with an access to the existing farm buildings to the rear. These buildings comprise a cattle shed, underground storage, a sheep dip and a shed for the storage of machinery. The farmland to the rear rises steeply up to the north where it bounds an existing quarry. This land usually used for cattle. So it's not feasible in health and safety grounds to consider a new dwelling on field 4A, as it's so close to the cattle shed and to the open sheep dip, and to construct a dwelling on steeply sloping fields further to the north would entail substantial excavation and cutting in, and would be detrimental to the visual character of this part of the Sperrins AONB. Excavation and cutting in was the reason used for refusal by the planning service when considering the actual planning application site, which would be on much less elevated land near Barron. In addition, lenders are not in favour of providing mortgages for dwellings which are close to farm buildings. So clearly then a dwelling on field 4A would not be feasible, be close to those agricultural buildings. The remaining field is very elevated, so any development would have a detrimental visual impact on the landscape. Policy allows for the consideration then of alternative sites in exceptional circumstances. But this only leaves field 8 shown on page 3 of 5 of the farm maps, and the fields owned by Mrs. McDade. So there's a field 8 shown on the farm maps. Really it's only one field measuring 0.48 of a hectare, sitting beside 2 dwellings unconnected with the farm. A dwelling here would form a ribbon of development. So that leaves the remaining fields owned by Mrs. McDade and let out to the relation Anthony Carlin. These fields are approximately 10 miles from Mountfield, on which Mr. Carlin grazes sheep and cuts silage at the appropriate times of the year on Mrs. McDade's fields. Because of the distance from Mountfield, where he mainly grazes cattle, Mr. Carlin makes use of the storage opportunities provided by the outbuildings attached to Mrs. McDade's farmhouse and pays rent for them. Whilst these are not large stores by any means, they provide a convenient location for Mr. Carlin to store his fertiliser, seed and in security, good security required to tend to fields owned by Mrs. McDade. So these are the same buildings used by Mr. McDade when he farmed the land under business ID 651089, and they will be the same buildings to be used in the short term by Noel McDade when he re-establishes the farm. The buildings referred to as well as the home farmhouse represent an established group of buildings on the farm. All applications in summary should be treated on their own merits. Clearly from the policy tests, Mr. Carlin's farm business is currently active and established, and no dwellings or development opportunities out with settlement limits have been sold off. It's not practical in terms of health and safety to locate a new dwelling close to the existing working farm buildings. A dwelling located further up the slopes within the Sperrins AONB would require excavation and would have a detrimental visual impact on the landscape. There have been no objections at all to the proposal, and policy does allow for the alternative site to be located on another group of buildings on the farm. The proposed site is a field on the applicant's farm located beside buildings which is a farmer he uses. We would contend, therefore, that farm dwelling as applied for meets the tests set out in Strategic Policy and Policy CTY 10-13 of PPS 21. The human factor would also allow Noel to live beside his mother, who lives on her own and suffers depression as a result. Having Noel return to the family farm will give her security and comfort in the knowledge that the farm will remain in the McDade family hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Members, I have two indications so far. Is that for questions to Brendan? Councillor Robinson, Paul?
Sorry, Chair, my hand's up, mistake.
That's okay. Members, any questions for Brendan? That's okay. I'll go on. I've got another written statement from Councillor Stephen McCann in support, so I'm going to put my best voice on and read it out to you. I'm glad to have the opportunity to submit my support again for Mr. McDade. Noel is another example of a resident of the district who, after a period of time working away, now wishes to return home and begin a family. As a local councillor, I wish to assist him in doing this. I've had a prior discussion to compiling the statement with the agent, Mr. Johns, and I believe he has presented to the committee his interpretation of how this application meets the planning policy. Indeed, I would encourage you as members to field any questions you may have in relation to his presentation before you come to a decision. Last month, this application was deferred to allow more information to be submitted. This has now been done and should satisfy the requirements you had last month. The agent will have addressed in his presentation the rationale why this site has been identified as the only site available to Mr. McDade to utilise. Last month, the agent gave a very detailed presentation which I believe covered the reasons for refusal. He addressed the integration concerns of our planning officers had. He also extensively talked on CTY 10 in that it doesn't define the size of agricultural buildings nor that they cannot be attached to the farmhouse. The small building attached to the rear of 53 has its own separate external entrance and could be considered an external building in its own right. This would satisfy the requirements of policy. No two cases are ever the same and, as we have heard in committee many times, each one should be judged on its own merit. The Regional Development Strategy and supported by the Strategic Planning Policy Statement recognises that in order to sustain rural communities, the policy approach must be to cluster, consolidate and group new development with existing established buildings and promote the reuse of previously used buildings. We would contend, therefore, that a farm dwelling as applied for meets the tests set out in Strategic Policy and Policy CTY 10 and CTY 13 of PPS 21. It would also allow Noel to live beside his mother who lives on her own and suffers depression as a result. Having Noel return to the family farm will give her security and comfort in the knowledge that the farm will remain in the McDade family hands. So ends this statement. Councillors, we're going on now to comments from Darren in regard to the presentation by Brendan. Darren?
Yeah, so members, just to remind you, the application was presented last month, where it was deferred for 1 month to allow time for additional information to be submitted in respect of the agricultural activities in the buildings at number 53 Motor Road. And that really is the critical issue before you. To meet the policy, the applicant has to demonstrate that the proposal is sited or visually linked or sited to cluster with the established group of buildings on Mr. Carlin's farm. So the information before you has to demonstrate that number 53 Motor Road is a group of buildings on Mr. Carlin's farm. The information has come in after the meeting last month has not done that. There's no real comment on it in terms of how it is an established group of buildings on Mr. Carlin's farm. There's no photographs showing the layout of the buildings. There's no evidence showing that they are used for farming. There was a comment by the agent that Mr. Carlin makes use of them and pays rent, but there's no evidence of any rental agreement or any rent books or payments. So all in all, there is no evidence demonstrating that number 53 is a group of buildings on Mr. Carlin's farm. Number 53, the actual house, is occupied by Mrs. McDade, so it can't be a building on Mr. Carlin's farm. In terms of personal circumstances, there's limited information on that, and the application is not being made under CTY 6, the policy there for personal circumstances. There's no real information other than the comments received at the meeting today and in relation to the case to live beside his mother. So there is no reason for refusal on that, as the application is not being made under that policy. So in regards to reasons 2 and 3, as I say, that really relates to the site at the back of the field, and the site at the front of the field would be acceptable, and it would be appropriate. However, as I say, it doesn't meet reason 1. And then finally, in reason 4, the proposal is contrary to policy, and there's no overriding reasons why this development is essential in the rural area. Again, it's back to this word essential. The applicant would have to meet that test and demonstrate why it's essential. In this case, the farmer, Mr. Carlin, owns land within Mountfield, where he could easily build a house, or a third party could build a house on land that he owns. The policy CTY 10 does comment about lands within settlement limits, and they won't be taken into account, but that's only where development opportunities have been sold off under Part B. It doesn't apply to the rest of the rest of the policy, and therefore can't be ignored. So as I say, the critical issue, members, is number 1, that it's not visually linked with the farm group.
Thank you very much, Darren. Councillor Deehan, Josephine.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, could I ask Darren to comment on the fact that Mr. Johns has stated in his contribution that for various reasons, including health and safety, there is no other suitable site available that would cluster with the farm buildings?
Just to be clear, councillors, the policy test is that the application site that's being proposed has to visually link with an established group of buildings on Mr. Carlin's farm. The case being presented here is that the number 53 in those buildings are on the farm, and that's the question before you. The other site then in Mountfield is accepted, as you can see from the report, is accepted. You couldn't actually build a house there, but that is not relevant. What is relevant is that the case being made here is that this does meet the policy tests, and that this is an established group of buildings on Mr. Carlin's farm, and it visually links with it. So that's the question before members. So the existence of alternative sites in the countryside, or whether they would work or not, is not relevant. As a second issue, though, what is relevant is that there are alternative sites within the settlement limit of Mountfield, which the applicant owns and could be developed for housing.
Thank you. Any further questions for Darren?
Chair.
Go ahead, Josephine.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr. Johns did inform us that these lands are owned by the McDade family, and that the late Mr. McDade did farm these lands. Is that a material consideration? Mr. Carlin is renting this land in Conacre from Mrs. McDade, but the original farm would have been farmed by the late Mr. McDade, and he would have used those buildings to the rear of the Mrs. McDade's home in a farming capacity at that time. Is that a material consideration which we should take into account? Thank you, Chair.
It would be relevant, members, if the application was being made by Mr. McDade using the historic McDade family farm. So it would be relevant, but this is not the case. The case here is that it's Mr. Carlin, it's his farm business, and I know they are a family member, but it's Mr. Carlin's farm business that is being used here. It's not the McDade. So the critical issue for members is this site visually linked with an established group of buildings on Mr. Carlin's farm, not the McDade farm, and that's not what's being put before you today.
Any further questions, members, for Darren? If not, then we need to go towards a determination. You have the report in front of you. The recommendation is to refuse for the reasons listed. If somebody's going to propose contrary, then they need to provide information and policy grounds to rebut those refusal items. I think Darren has noted that if the application is for Mr. McDade, then maybe Mr. McDade needs to consider what route he goes down in regard to doing whatever. But at the moment, this is an application by Mr. Carland, or on Mr. Carland's farm, sorry. Right, we need to have somebody move forward and at least talk through a proposal. Councillor Smith, Chris.
Thanks, Chair. It's a difficult one, but I can't see how the representations overcame the recommendation of the planners. And therefore, I don't know if I had a choice but to propose that we go with the officer's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. So we have a proposal to go with the officer's recommendation from Councillor Smith, and that is to refuse the application. Do I have anybody coming forward to second that, or is there an alternative? Councillor Robinson?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Any further proposals? If not, in the light of that, I have a proposal to go with the officer's recommendation to refuse. Which Councillor Campbell, are you coming in to offer comment?
Chairman, no, well, I suppose I'm not entirely happy that we've, I know that, I think there has been cases in the past where there was, I mean, we know it's possible to use a different farm business ID or whatever to get planned, but there does seem to be an argument being made here around number 53 and the use of that. Now, I know there hasn't, you've said, Darren, about lack of receipts for rent, which implies that would be useful if we could get that. So, I mean, I wouldn't be content with a refusal while there's just a lack of clarity around that. And if I thought more information would help in terms of the use of the shed at the back of number 53, then I would support a deferral. Really, I'd propose a deferral in that case.
Sorry, can I just remind members that this was deferred last month for that very reason, to allow the agent to submit evidence of those buildings be used in connection with Mr. Carlin's farm, and there was no information submitted that would sort of convince officers that that was the case. And as I say, it was deferred for 1 month to allow that to happen.
Would the applicant have been clear what information would be useful? Because I know reference was made to rent records or whatever. Would that have been requested explicitly?
It was up to the applicant and the agent to submit whatever information to show that it was being used. And I think the applicant should have been made aware by the agent as to what exactly what was required.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Did I get that you're proposing a deferral, Glenn, or?
I propose a deferral. I think it, I mean, I know it's up to the applicant and that should be clear enough, but I propose a deferral, I think, but it would be explicitly for that, and if that's what's required to clarify the use of number 53. It was
right. Well, I'll take it. You've made a proposal to defer for a further month, obviously to gain some information that wasn't given in. I'll take that as a proposal. Councillor Deehan, Josephine.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to second Councillor Campbell's proposal that we should defer yet again for another month to enable additional information to be submitted. Thank you.
Right, I have two proposals now, and I'm going to go through them. Could everybody clear their hands, please? That's Councillor Campbell and Councillor Donnelly. No further discussion required. Glenn, you still have your hand up. I'm putting to Councillor Smith's proposal, seconded by Councillor Robinson, that we go with the officer's recommendation for refusal. Could those against that indicate now, please? Is everybody who is against that, and I'll read out, that's Councillors Deehan, Rainey, Campbell, sorry, I'll go Deehan, Donnelly, Campbell, Rainey, Maguire, Feely and O'Reilly. So that's 7 against, isn't that correct? So that's actually, that proposal will fall. So we'll go with Councillor Campbell's proposal to defer for 1 month to gain further information. Excuse me. Anybody against that proposal?
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, Councillor Donnelly.
I was a bit confused now. What was the last proposal? I thought it Councillor Campbell's proposal you took the last time, and I.
No. Councillor Campbell's was the second proposal on the table, Councillor Donnelly, so we had to go in order, and that was Councillor Smith's. Councillor Smith's proposal, yeah, hold on, was put, and it fell by 7 votes against and 5 for, or, well, there were 7 against, which was majority.
Yes.
You've got me coughing now. So that has fallen. So I have just put Councillor Campbell's proposal to defer for a month to the floor, and I think everybody is in agreement with that. Okay. So you can take your hand down. So that item now is deferred for a further of the month. We will now go on to paper 4, and that is LA 10/2020/0181. And that's for proposed domestic garage and provision of new access to 3 Lisson Court, Omagh. And because of the declared interest by Darren, his space has been taken by Martin.
Yep. Okay. Let me in now. Yep. Hello. Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Hi everybody. So this application is application 4, and it's LA 10/2020/0181. The proposal is a domestic garage and provision of a new access, and the location is 3 Lisson Court, Omagh. The applicant is Mr. S. Donnelly, and the recommendation is to refuse planning permission for 3 reasons, as was in the report. Okay. So here you can see a location plan of the proposal. It's on the Dublin Road. This is on the approach towards Omagh, which is to the north. And here's the block plan of what is proposed. You can see the proposed domestic garage, which is located to the rear of dwelling number 3. So I'll just go back to the location plan. So you can see the location in the location plan. Dwelling number 3, outlined in red, actually faces on to Lisson Court. So when you go to the proposed garage, it is to the rear of number 3. You'll also notice the proposed driveway, so an access onto the Dublin Road. The Dublin Road was formerly a protected route, but it still carries a high volume of traffic and is one of the local distributor roads. So it's a busy road. Again, here's another plan of the garage, and you can notice that the dwelling number 3 actually has its own domestic shed as well. So this will be an additional garage. You can also see the driveway into number 3 just in front of the existing shed, and there seems to be a footway between that and the new proposed garage. So here are the plans of the garage. So it's a simple single-story garage. Its finishes are smooth render with grey concrete flat tiles. And you can see from this plan, or from this photograph, the location of where the garage is proposed. You'll notice that the garage finishes are contrary to the finishes for the dwellings which are in this part of the town. All of the dwellings, the semi-detached dwellings in Nissen, are all red brick. So if you look at this photograph, the garage will be pushed to the top left-hand corner, just before the fence. So the fence will be removed, but for the purposes of this application, the garage will be just before the fence, and the access will run alongside that existing hedge down to the public road. Here you can see another photograph. So you'll notice this is the approach road back towards Ballygolly, so moving away from Omagh. So there's a number of large detached houses on the Dublin Road, but the very last house that you can see is the last of the detached houses, and we move then into the semi-detached houses. All of the semi-detached houses are all facing onto the estate of Lisson. So none of the semi-detached houses in this estate actually face on to the Dublin Road, and they all have their own accessed by the Lisson Drive. So here's another photograph of the site. So it's quite steep as well. So you can see from here that to do any works, any groundworks at all, will require quite a lot of potential infilling or cutting out. So that's also a concern. So a summary of the reasons for refusal. The proposed garage is contrary to policy in that the external finishes of the development are not sympathetic with the built appearance of the existing property, and as such will detract from the appearance and character of the surrounding area. So that goes back just to the fact that the finishes simply don't match. They're contrary to EXT of PPS 7. Reason number 2, the proposed garage is contrary to policy in that the ancillary works of cutting or infilling required to accommodate the siting of the garage and parking will detract from the appearance and the character of the surrounding area in terms of design and massing. So this particular reason relates to the fact that the levels for the garage have not been provided through the planning application, so we don't know exactly what their level proposal is. That's in comparison to the rear of the dwelling or indeed to the public road. The site has a substantial fall, and it's clearly obvious that either infill or cutting will definitely be required to accommodate the garage and the access, and including parking around the garage. And reason 3, the proposed access is contrary to policy in that the development would detract from the character of the area and does not make a positive contribution to the townscape. Now, this particular reason is in relation to the fact that although there is private accesses which do come out to the Dublin Road, they are all accesses service detached domestic dwellings where the property faces the Dublin Road. There is no accesses from the Dublin Road which go to the rear of a dwelling. Remember, this property already has its own access to the front of number 3. Listen, so this will be an additional access to the rear. It's really out of character for what we would expect to see in a townscape location. So 2 accesses. This access would primarily service just the domestic garage. So that is, we would consider that out of character basically with the area. I suppose another thing to note, the site has a significant history. From 2007, there has been 3 previous applications, all for either one dwelling or more. Now, all 3 applications have been refused. 2 of them have actually went to planning appeal, and they've also been dismissed. Now, they were actually for domestic dwellings. The last one was actually for 2 pairs of semis, and accessing out onto the Dublin Road. So it's just a little bit of history to note because they have been refused. This proposal is obviously not for living accommodation; it is for a garage. The site also had, or the application also had 2 objectors, and one of them is a neighbouring property, and another objector lives within the estate. In a summary of their concerns, they're basically concerned about the applicant's intentions given the previous history. They're worried that there may be a dangerous precedent if a building was approved here and what that might lead to in terms of maybe residential accommodation in the future. They're concerned with the road layout, traffic issues, because it is a busy road, and they're also concerned with the character of the area and how the development would actually look within the context of what's already there along that section of the Dublin Road.
Thanks very much, Martin. If you bring up the screen, there are speaking rights. We have Les Ross. Les, are you?
Chair.
Yeah.
Just very quickly.
Yeah, right, Chris, Councillor Smith. Yeah, go ahead.
Just my memory is being jogged and in line with the declarations of interest. I believe I may have been an advocate for one of those earlier presentations. They are separate applications, but they're on the same site. Does, in the view of the planning officers, would that make me conflicted and therefore should I withdraw?
Again, it's a decision up to yourself, but if you've had any connection with anything previous to the site, the site history is relevant and material in regard to what's here. And therefore, I think you would need to declare an interest, Chris. So,
well, you know what,
duly
I
noted.
think then, Chair, I mean, I did look at a different site, but the more that they're talking about the previous stuff, I think I'll declare an interest and withdraw. Henceforth.
I would declare an interest.
I need to be then shifted out if you can do that.
Yep. Okay, Earl, have you something to say before I bring Les in?
No, I'll let Les speak first, Chair.
Yeah, that's okay. Les, are you in now? I know you were waiting.
Yes, I'm here now, Chair.
That's okay. Well, yeah, I can hear you and we can see you. If you do the introduction, some of the members I think don't know you, and you have up to 10 minutes, and then you may or may not be asked questions. So your time starts now with an introduction.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Les Ross. I'm a planning consultant, and I've given presentations to the committee on a good few occasions before. And thank you very much, Chair, for this opportunity. It's great to be able to do this online in the present circumstances. It's very convenient to me. I'll just get on with talking about this. Obviously, it's I'll not take your time. It's the reasons for refusal don't relate to some of these issues that the residents have raised next door. It's really just about design treatment and how this garage fits into the urban context. Those are the only issues for refusal. In terms of the history, this is a new site owner. I understand it's not. The site's been sold and someone else has taken this house now. It's a small garage. It's to the rear of a semi-detached house, and as you've heard, it's all about design. So the distance between the back of the house and Dublin Road is about 25 metres, which is a large space in the urban context. The levels rise from the road, as you've heard, and that means there's a slope from the Dublin Road up to the back of the house. The garage is only 6 metres by 5 metres, a small garage, 5.4 metre ridge height. The separation between the house and the garage is about 5.5 metres, 5.5 metres. And because of the slope, the garage would sit, in terms of floor level, it would sit about 1 metre below the floor level of the house, which means also because of the slope, the garage would be cut into the landform to an extent, and the drive as well will be cut into the landscape. I'll just talk you through that. The road service would require, and we would accept the condition which said that the levels should only rise up over the first 5 metres by 1 in 12.5 metres. So that's a standard that road service apply, and we'd be happy to accept that. Means the drive's cut into the site a bit. Overall, though, there's that bit of cutting, and the garage will sit a bit lower in the landscape than the existing levels are. But from a visual point of view, this garage is going to be fairly insignificant in the streetscape and the urban context. We don't think the remodeling itself, in terms of the lowering of the levels, will impact the character of the area in any particular way, and certainly it won't impact on the neighbours in any discernible way. So I don't accept that any harm's caused the urban context by the creation of this very small garage and by the change in the levels. The other design issues, the smooth render that's proposed, and look, I take on board what the case officer said there. The context is red brick. If the committee was minded, we would be happy to accept a condition which said that the garage should be of a red brick finish to match the existing dwelling. And that's everything, Chair. Thank you very much.
Concise as ever. Thanks, Les. I'll move on to members. Any questions for Les? Councillor Thompson, Earl.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to Les. Just to confirm, Les, just with regard to refusal reason number 1, obviously, and you've touched on it there, but I just want to get it clear in my own head that you would be happy enough with the red brick finish to match the dwelling houses that are there?
Yes.
What is currently there with regard to other properties? And I know what the planning recommendation is there, so you're happy enough with that?
Yes.
You'd be happy enough with the red brick?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Les.
Thank you, Earl. Councillor Deehan, Josephine.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ross, for your presentation. I just wanted to be clear in my own mind. This domestic garage and parking area would be for the applicant at 3 Lissan Court. Can you just clarify that we know that there is a garden shed there? Can you confirm that there is no substantive garage at 3 Lissan Court, and that the addition of a garage with access onto the old Dublin Road would provide improved amenity for 3 Lissan Court? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Yes, there isn't a space for a garage for a car at the property at the moment. It's more of a garden shed that's there. This would allow a car to be parked and would provide a convenient way of getting the car in and out of the site. As you know, Councillor, in the urban context, we don't have to prove a need for development. There's a presumption in favour of development in the town. So if it's desirable to an applicant for a new building, then that's taken as read. We don't have to prove why it's absolutely needed. But the client, he feels he needs a shed, and that's good enough in planning policy terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. Any further questions for Les? Okay, I'll move back to Martin just to make comment on the issues that Les brought up. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I accept that if the finishes were to be red brick to match the existing dwellings, then obviously that would condition or reason number 1 would fall, which is acceptable. In terms of reason number 2, Les alluded there to the fact that the levels would be 1 metre below the floor level of the existing house, and he also indicated that there will be a fall of 1 and 12 to 5.5 or 12.5 metres. It's probably a pity we didn't get to actually see a level on the plans through it when the application was being assessed. It would have been helpful. It's still maybe hard to actually anticipate see what that might look like on the ground. We do know that the plan shows parking as well to beside the proposed garage, and so it will be more than just the garage would have to be cut into the ground. It will be the entire site, would require leveling off, so that could still be an issue. In terms then of reason 3, I don't really think that was addressed actually. That the proposed access would detract from the character of the area. And I do know there's accesses on the Dublin Road, but as I said before, no accesses are going to the rear of a property. They're all to the front of an existing detached dwelling. So I don't think we have that particular issue has been addressed. So maybe that's a few comments I would make on that. But yes, we would accept that if the appearances, if the finishes were red brick, that would certainly make reason number 1 fall. Probably a few concerns with the level and filling, and obviously the access.
Thanks very much, Martin. Any questions back to Martin? Councillor Deehan, Josephine.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we've established that the planning history on this site is material, and we are aware that previous planning applications have not been successful. Just could I ask Martin then, in terms of the current proposal, which is for a domestic garage and parking, and I would feel that this would represent a considerable improvement in the residential amenity of 3 Lissan Court. And we've heard from Mr. Ross that there is no realistic prospect of providing a similar development adjacent to 3 Lissan Court. The fact that Martin states that traffic flows along Dublin Road are still substantial, but at the same time, we do know that the new road development has reduced the traffic considerably. And also there was a school, the integrated primary school, which has moved its location, which would reduce traffic. So I'm not compelled by the traffic argument and the access onto the Dublin Road. Can I ask if Road Service have made any objections in terms of health and safety? And just in terms of the third reason for refusal, which is changing the appearance or the residential nature of that area. Chair Martin has stated that the existing buildings are all independent residences with access onto the Dublin Road, but yet what is proposed, it's not. It's still part of a person's home, and isn't it the case, Chair, that someone has the right to enhance the amenity of their property? So could I just have some comments on that, Chair, please? Thank you.
No problem, Josephine. Martin?
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, your first statement was to do with the road being busy, and we do know that the road is still extremely busy at AM and PM peaks, as people seek to avoid maybe the busier bypass, throughpass. I suppose the issue in terms of the refusal reason is the character of the area, the character of what the access may actually look like, as opposed to maybe it's vehicular or intensification that might come from the fact that it's there, and how it will look and what it's serving. So it's not actually serving a dwelling as such. It's serving the rear of a dwelling. Remember, this property will have 2 accesses, a front and a rear. So that's something that and it is on the approach as well into Omagh town centre. So it's I will admit that it's not as heavily trafficked as it was before, but it's still a highly used roadway into the town, and it is something that people will see. Now, in terms of Road Service or Transport NI, they were consulted and they responded that they weren't content with the application, but they actually provided no reasons for refusal or no information actually to highlight why that was the case, and hence why we haven't included that as a reason for refusal. But they're not satisfied with the proposal. And thirdly, you had mentioned that each resident is entitled to enhance their own property and their amenity. That is the case, but I suppose we have no justification as to why this additional access is actually required. If we can accept the principle of the development on the site, the garage, and that's something that perhaps we will consider as acceptable given the finishes. It's just the issue of the levels, but in terms of the access, we don't have any clarity as to why the access is actually there. But even with that, it still has a significant impact upon the character of that area, and there may be issues of whether it's needed or not. But despite that, it's something that probably won't, in our view, won't look well in terms of what you're going to see along the Dublin Road. It's not a typical access. It's serving a garage as opposed to serving a dwelling. It's really not what we want to see. Remember, this was formerly a protected route as well.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, Earl.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thanks to Martin. And I suppose through our discussion here, we have established, probably through Les, that reason number one can be get over. Basically, to do with the finish, the red brick finish, we'll probably get rid of that one. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I think that's acceptable. That if it's red brick, I think that reason will fall. Yeah.
And number two, and I'm sympathy what Councillor Dehan had said there with regard to, and the agent Les had also mentioned that this can be, the whole thing can be dug in better. So I think maybe that gets away from thing on it. It's certainly, and I know this area very well, this is not a road what it used to be. I mean, it used to be a really busy thoroughfare. That is not the case anymore. And I think number one and number two could possibly go in my own mind, but I'm not just overly sure number three. I'll just leave my comments to that, Chair. Thank you.
Can I just sort of add, in relation to reason one, my understanding is that the drawings currently show a rendered finish. So if we were going to accept red brick, we would want amended drawings clearly indicating that, because you couldn't have a condition which basically contradicts what's shown on a drawing, but that matter could be overcome. In terms of reason two, and I know reference was made there to the agent having said the development could be better dug in, but just remember we have absolutely no drawings with any levels on them, and we would need that to be able to condition it to ensure, if members were mindful to approve this, that the cut and fill that would be needed was acceptable. We don't have anything on drawings at the moment to demonstrate that.
Members, I'm listening, and I'm not trying to put words in the mouth and everything like that.
Sorry, Chair, you've just muted yourself.
That's the trouble with having two buttons all over the place. I'm listening to what's going on with regard to the reasons and the move towards acceptability, but still issues with regard to lack of detail. Maybe the members may consider deferring this for a month and getting the details sorted out that are required actually to overcome some of the refusal items and to sort out issues that have been talked about but haven't any detail on file. So maybe members would think about that. Councillor Coyle.
Thank you, Chair. Well, like that, I would propose a deferral for 1 month for the relevant information and for the digging in of the building and the amendment of the plans to show the red brick finish and anything other that the planning staff
That's great.
propose that.
Thank you, John. Councillor Robinson, Paul.
I'll second that proposal. I was coming to do that, but John has already done it.
Right, members, I'll have no further debate. I think there are issues here that need to be sorted out and hopefully come back properly. So I've got a proposal to defer for a month. All agreed? Josephine, if you could take your hand down, I appreciate your input. All agreed.
Thank you. Great, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. Members, that is a deferral. We'll go on to item 5. What I'm going to say now, because of the technical issues, the late start and everything like that, our 4-hour period ends at 6:45. And with another half an hour, I do believe we could get the last 2 items finished. So I will be pressing on. So we're going to now application number 5, and that's LA10 bar 2019 bar 1409. And at this stage, we're going to bring Darren back. Yep. And Martin stood down. Thank you very much indeed, Martin.
Can I just check if the speakers are in the chamber? Can you check if the speakers are in the chamber?
Oh, yeah. Great.
It's Ken Moore and the applicant are speaking, Mr. David Bailey, and Councillor Baird and Councillor Catholic. I know the two councillors are on. I believe we have the agent in the Grange, isn't that right, Ken?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, that's okay. If you could mute until I call you in. And Councillors Baird and McCaffrey can wait in the background as well. Thank you. Darren, over to you.
Okay, members. So application 5 then, LA10 2019 1409. It's a full application by Mr. Derek Bailey for the retention of existing agricultural building and the erection of a new agricultural building for sheep, fodder, tractor and implement storage on the Drummond Skill Road in Edenmore and Florence Court. Recommendation then is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 2 reasons. So on the left end, members, is the farm map. And you can see the lands in yellow. The rough position of the building is to the right of the yellow star. And you can see then the right-hand side is a block plan showing the red outline of the site set back off the public road. At the site then you have 2 elements. You have A and B. So B is the existing agricultural building to be retained. So you can see the position of it. And then A is the proposed siting of the new agricultural building, which is further along the existing hardcore laneway. On the right, you can see there's an annotation then on the block plan referring to stone wall ruins of an original dwelling. If we just take that and put that onto the aerial photograph, so you can see the block plan on the left, and then on the right is the location of the agricultural buildings to be retained. And you can also see the container there at the bottom in red. Then you have the siting of the new building, then the rectangle at the top of the slide. And that's the existing agricultural building, which is proposed to be retained for storage purposes. So you can see the 4 sides of the building at the top, and then the floor plan then at the bottom left. And the new building then is a typical cladded shed. A front elevation and side elevation are included on the screen. And the floor plan then in the bottom left shows the internal layout to be subdivided for hay and storage at the back, a sheep pen at the top of the slide, and then the tractor machinery for the rest of the building. Really, members, there are 2 elements to the proposal and 2 elements before you. There's the application to retain the existing building, and there's the application for the new cladded shed. The issue before you is that there hasn't been an established farm business for 6 years, and that's the reason for refusal. So the existing farm business has not been established or active for 6 years as required by the policy. The history here, just to remind you, it's included in the report to remind you. So the applicant inherited the farm in 2017. He applied for a farm business ID and got that in 2018. And he had applied for basic payments, but no payments have been made according to the information from DARA. However, he has farmed sheep and he's kept the land. So since 2018, there has been an active and established farm business in the applicant's name. So prior to 2017, the land was farmed by a neighbour in Conacher for the years 2015 and 16. And before 2015, the uncle farmed the land, and I think he died in about 2016. So the business really that the applicant is applying under is only 2 to 3 years old and doesn't meet the 6-year test as required by the policy.
Thanks very much, Darren. As we know, we've got representations from the agent, Ken Moore. Ken, I'm going to let you in now. If you could introduce yourself, you've up to 10 minutes to do your presentation. After that, we may present questions from the committee or not, and then we'll go on to the representations from the two councillors. So it's up to you, Ken. Away you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening, members. Ken Moore, planning consultant and agent in this application. I'm just going to quickly comment on the background, the policy and the case. When the applicant first engaged with ourselves, he advised me of his intention to erect a sheep shed on the 13 acres of farmlands that he had just inherited following the death of his uncle. He was of the view that the erection of an agricultural building where there was formerly a small dwelling, 2-cow byre, a small dairy using an existing lane did not require planning permission. I advised of the permitted development rights that apply to agricultural buildings. In this case, however, given the ruinous state of the former buildings no longer qualifying as a principal group of farm buildings, I advised that the erection of any new building on these lands would in fact require planning permission. I also advised that any intention to repair and bring back into use the original small byre and dairy would also, strictly speaking, require permission and should be included as part of any future planning application for the new sheep shed. He was happy to accept my advice. The policy context for consideration of this type of application is CTY 12. Within that policy, the first 5 criteria for new farm buildings have been met, and this has been accepted by the department. Given the proposal is to erect a new building, 3 additional policy tests apply. These relate to the suitability of existing buildings, the design and materials to be used, and the siting beside existing buildings. The existing repaired buildings are so small and unsuitable, yet with the new shed positioned some 35 metres away allows for their retention. Design and materials are sympathetic, and given the level of farming activity since 2018, there is a need for a modern, purpose-built shed for sheep, fodder, tractor and implement storage to allow the efficient functioning of the farm business. This has all been accepted by the department. The only other policy requirement is that the farm business must be established for more than 6 years, the same test as set out in policy CTY 10. The case. For over 40 years, this small holding was farmed by the applicant's late uncle David Bailey. He farmed it under his business ID 638938 and collected all available subsidies up until 2014 when he became ill. Understandably, at 92 years of age and in poor health, he let the farm out in Conacher to a neighbouring farmer for the years 2015 and 2016. He passed away in December 2016. In his will, he bequeathed the main 13 acres of farmlands to his nephew Derek, the applicant, with the farm dwelling and 7 acres going to his other nephew David. Derek, who currently lives in Vancouver and nearing retirement, now wishes to return home to Fermanagh to continue farming the lands that he inherited. With the help of his brother David, who lives locally, his farming instructions are facilitated to ensure active management and maintenance of the land. Usually home twice a year, coronavirus has not allowed him to return this year. On inheriting the farmlands, the applicant engaged with DERA and on achieving his necessary agricultural business operations certificate, was allocated a new farm business ID number in March 2018. Despite the lands being farmed under his uncle's business ID number, the transfer of this original business ID was not an option with DERA. He invested in a steel shipping container and gates, which together with the tidy up of the old small cow byre and dairy, provided the basics necessary to allow the applicant to comply with veterinary regulation compliance as a new farmer. Further investment included perimeter sheep fencing, followed by the purchase of sheep in September 2018, with continuous sales and purchases since that. Today, there are 32 sheep on the land with no overwintering facilities for lambing purposes. His tractor and 2 implements lie outside, open to the elements. With his business number in place, evidence supplied included allocation of a flock number, flock sales and purchases, flock book recording movements, and farm accounts, demonstrating the applicant's genuine commitment to continued farming of the lands of his late uncle. Applications for the basic payment scheme for the years 2018 and 2019 were submitted, and these have just recently been paid out. Further evidence submitted highlighted the nature of the uncle's will, with the main farmlands being left to the applicant. The farm was not artificially divided, as policy guards against, but was divided as a consequence of a will. The applicant just wished to carry on farming of the lands in accordance with his uncle's wishes, and has done everything possible to do so as he approaches the 3 years being active and established. In these uncommon but genuine circumstances, it is these uncommon but genuine circumstances that makes this case unique and somewhat exceptional. The CTY 10 policy does not allow for these exceptions, which do arise, and to that end I would respectfully suggest that there is a policy gap in this regard. No provision is made within the policy for start-up farmers who, by purchase or through inheritance of farmland, need to erect the first new farm buildings on their land. They have to wait a minimum of 6 years to become active and established before being able to erect any buildings that are an absolute necessity and essential for farming purposes. This, in my opinion, is unfair and unreasonable. However, policy, as we have heard so often, is not always a box-ticking exercise. So, this is where I feel that based on the merits of the case, the unique circumstances arising, together with evidence supplied, deserves to be considered sympathetically and with balance by the committee. The proposal complies with the policy in that the farm business is active, the shed is needed, and the building visually integrates. Always an active farm and still an active farm, the new shed for animal welfare reasons alone is urgently required. The slight shortfall in years active and established should not, under the circumstances, stop this farm business going forward. The overarching SPPS outlines that sustainable development in the countryside should be permitted, having regard to the development plan and other material considerations, unless the proposed development will cause demonstrable harm to interests of acknowledged importance. In closing, Chairman, all other material considerations relating to this particular case have been clearly put forward, and I cannot see what demonstrable harm this sheep shed will cause. I hope that today's submission will allow members to understand the genuine exceptional circumstances of the case, how essential this shed is for the efficient functioning of this active farm business, support the applicant and approve the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Kerr. From a procedural point of view, we are due to finish in 2.5 minutes. I believe that we can finish this item and the next item before 7:15, when the R&C committee does have to start. So I'll take a proposal to extend for half an hour. You can't do it, Councillor Baird. I need it from the committee.
So proposed.
Who's that? Councillor Coyle?
Yeah.
Councillor Deehan, did you propose?
I'll second, Chair. Thank you.
Proposed, Councillor Coyle, second, Councillor Deehan. All agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. Any questions now? Moving on for Ken. And Ken, just point of information. Our officials are no longer part of the department. I know you used to work there years ago. They are council officers. So maybe we'll get that right at some stage. Right. Any questions for Ken? Councillor Robinson, Paul.
Thanks, Chair. What size is the shed, Ken?
The shed is 60 feet by 30 feet, or 19 metres by 9.150.
Thank you.
Happy enough? Okay. Any other further questions? Right, no further questions. I'm going to go to councillor representation. That's Councillor Baird, Councillor McCaffrey. I'm going to go in the order of age rather than youth. So I'm going to call on Councillor Baird first of all, followed by Councillor McCaffrey. So that's Alec and Chris. You've only 5 minutes between you. So Alec, I'm going to try and keep you to 2.5 minutes, then let Chris in. If you stretch over, I'll slap your wrist metaphorically. So,
Not for the
could you
first
come in?
time. You will, Chair. Thank you very much. I'll go in straight away, and I hope there's some noise in the background. I hope you don't hear it because the joiner working. The details of this application has been outlined very well by the agent. The basis and principle of the application is genuine. A local man who emigrated to Canada, and now that he is retired, wishes to return home to farm a holding that has been left in his by his uncle. While I acknowledge the 6-year farm establishment policy of PPS 21 CTY 10, I am also very aware that there is significant flaw in this policy, a flaw that has received flexibility by planners in the past. If you have a new farm business that has a farm with no buildings, you cannot get planning permission to construct a farm building until it is established for 6 years. However, you cannot have a lifestyle farm without farm buildings, and it is virtually impossible to rent farm buildings without the community, throughout the community, as they would have all been used by the farm owner when they would have been required for calving and lambing. As well as me, I'm sure you as a planning committee, and I know the planning officer also recognise this flaw within planning policy. That is why I know that planners and committee have accepted genuine cases of where the 6-year establishment policy may have fallen short. In the words of a planning officer, as a report in relation to the 6-year firm established policy, I quote, "I do not believe that the spirit or intent of the policy is to restrict new or young farmers who are setting up an agricultural business from building agricultural sheds for a period of 6 years. The proposal will be necessary for the efficient use of the farm, as the applicant has no other farm buildings." I'll spare the blushes, I'm not naming the officer who made that statement. This applicant only had a business ID for 2 years and the application was approved. I am aware that I cannot introduce new information at this stage, but there are cases that could be quoted. But I'll go on. Indeed, if Mr. Daly's late uncle would have added Derek's name to the business ID and softened it before he died, this would not have been an issue, as the 6-year rule would almost certainly have been complied with. Therefore, the reason for refusal has come back due to lack of forward planning of Mr. Daly's late uncle, who had been in declining health and fitness and not in a position to make significant decisions for some years before his death. Therefore, finally, I request that as planners and committee have done in the past, to recognise this gap within the planning policy and approve this planning for a genuine case of farming need. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much. Chris, can you come in now?
Thanks, Chair. And as you can see, young and old are both supporting this application. I'm very glad to have the opportunity to give my support because I think the applicant has been upfront, whereas many others in this situation may not necessarily have been just as upfront. And we do have a genuine case where the land has been willed and the applicant is only wishing to carry out his uncle's wishes as detailed in the will. As Councillor Bird and the agent had both put forward there very eloquently, if this land had still been in uncle's name and with some forward planning, I dare say there would have been no issues whatsoever. The farm had been active for something like 4 decades. I think we should be enabling people to return home to retire in their own county and to go into farming. And of course, you need dwellings to have any kind of active farm. And so just therefore, I would urge support for an approval of this application to ask that it be duly considered on its own merit and as a genuine case where, again, respectively, policy does seem rigid in cases like this, where I think that there is a gap and unfortunately people can sometimes fall between that. So we have a genuine case and I just ask again that members would give it due and proper consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McCaffrey, for a debut, you were concise and brief. Thank you very much indeed for that. We'll move on now to Darren's comments in regard to Ken Moore's presentation. Thank you.
So members, really, just in regards to the comments received from the agent and also the councillors, I think they've hit the crux of the issue that there's 2 things before you. There's the need for the building, but then there's the failure to meet the policy because they haven't got an active and established business for 6 years. The planning officers are not saying there's no need for the building. What we're saying is there's no established business for 6 years. And I think the agent has sort of agreed with that, but says the shortfall should not stop the building going forward. So I don't propose to go over the issues again, but you can clearly see that there's 3 years of a farm business by the applicant, and then there's 3 years missing out of the required 6 years.
Thanks very much, Darren. Any questions for Darren? Councillor Feely, Anthony?
Yeah, thanks, Robert, for that. I'll be brief too. I just want to come in. I'm not going to go over everything as well, but Tony, I do kind of agree with everything that was said there by the two speakers and the agent there. But being a farmer myself, and I know there is a gap there with the 6 year rule. Like when you look at it, like they have to be there for 6 years, and still you do need a building when you get a farm first. And I was wondering, is there any way we could look at that, or what policy look at it sometime? I know it's going to be no good to do it here this evening. And I'm just glad to see that this guy is keeping a small 2-cow buyer in a wheat area. I like to see them old buyers kept on a farm and do them up and keep them traditional shed there as well. But I was just asked Darren, like, and not preempting anything here at all, like if you just did take pity and give this, like we probably would be setting the precedent when we haven't given any of this before. We would be setting the precedent in the council unless this rule is changed. It's a tough one now, and it's hard not to give it, but that's what I'd be afraid of, you know.
Thanks very much, Anthony. Darren, do you want to comment? I don't think he can.
I think there's a comment. As I say, councillors, the critical issue here is the 6 year rule, and it's for members to decide, what way you want to go forward on that, having regards to the evidence that's before you.
Councillor Maguire, Tommy.
Robert, just again, if Darren could reiterate there, and I near fell in my chair here, the refusal item number 2, and that there are no overriding reasons why this development is necessary. Did I hear Darren say that a building was necessary? Could you clarify for me, please?
Yeah. Just to be clear here, councillors, that the second reason is the C2I1 reason, the sort of catch-all. If you meet the first issue about the active and established farm business, that second thing will fall. But as I say, it's purely here that the farm business is not active and established for the 6 years.
Members, Councillor Smith, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, the way I see this, it seems like an entirely genuine case where the policy doesn't really fit what's happened. It's probably unfair to ask this of Darren, but I mean, does that in itself not constitute an overriding reason why the development is necessary and essential?
I think that's unfair from the chair to ask Darren to comment on that.
Yeah.
I think from the chair, I will comment. The material facts of the situation are that the previous occupant was in ownership and control of the farming business for 40 years. When he fell into a period of sickness, he actually let the farm out in Conacre. On his death in 2016, it was willed to his son, who immediately, a nephew, I think, sorry, immediately applied for a DERA farm business number, which did, and he started a farm. That is accepted fact. So the facts are basically a 40-year business. Due to ill health, it was let out in Conacre, and then a new business established on the death of the previous owner. Issues like this have come before, not in this type of manner before the committee, and it's up to the committee to consider what is material in regard to determining, particularly under refusal item number 1, CTY 12, business continuity or established business for 6 years. That's the only comment I'll make from the chair. Thank you. Right, I think we've asked Darren, and it's unfair to ask him to go any further and comment on anything else. We have to reach a determination. Councillor Smith, Chris.
Well, and sort of on the back of my previous comment, as I would see it, the unique situation that has befallen is one which the policy does not cater for, and therefore I consider that an overriding reason why it is necessary in a rural location. And then, as I see it, because that would then knock out reason for refusal 1. So I'd make a proposal to.
Are you proposing, Chris, that we go against this officer's recommendation and a few propose approval? And what you're trying to say is that reason 1 is you're making material the history, the farm history, basically with regard to inheritance.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Right, we've got a proposer. Councillor Deehan, Josephine.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I have listened carefully to all the debate on this planning application. And I am very clear in my mind that we are dealing here with a farm business that has been in existence, an active farm business that has been in existence for 4 decades or more. I think this is a technicality that the applicant did not secure his own personal farm business number within the 6-year period, but I do think that is a technicality. I am also persuaded by the argument, Chair, that in order to farm humanely and meeting standards of husbandry, animal husbandry, that accommodation is urgently needed. And but primarily, I am persuaded that this is a genuine case, an active farm business, and I would, on that basis, I would be happy to second Councillor Smith's proposal, Chair, that we would overturn the officer's recommendation for refusal and rather recommend approval of this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Darren?
Sorry, members, just and some of the comments raised there, just to be clear where members are going with this. The reason for refusal is that the applicant, Derek Bailey, hasn't had an active and established business for 6 years. He has 3, the historical farm and the family farm, or the uncle's farm, was split into 2, and he inherited a portion of that. We have no real details on that with respect to that application, or sorry, that historical farming. There's a break in that historical farming anyway in 2015 and 2016 when a third party took over the land. So the historic farming of the uncle ceased. And in 15 and 16, a third party took over. So if members are saying that this application meets policy and it meets the requirement for an active and established 6 years, there has to be some sort of evidence in relation to the 16, 15 and 2014 years in relation to that critical issue about farming. There's no issue in respect of the need for the building, and members have covered that and addressed that. However, if you are saying it meets policy and there is an active and established farm business for 6 years, that needs to be clarified and the evidence produced in relation to that.
Might I suggest, members, that there is an issue with regard to provision of information that Ken has alluded to, and we've debated on that issue in the break, basically due to the death of the previous occupant on the 2 years where it was let in Conacher. May it be a suggestion that we go for deferral to get this information for pure clarity and then bring it back for determination within a month? I think the information, judging by what Mr. Moore has said, should be readily available and could be provided very quickly to the officers. So is that a consideration? Councillor Smith?
Yeah.
Don't him and ha, come on.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Are you changing your proposal to a deferral then, Chris?
Oh, I think that's fair enough.
That's right. Josephine, are you happy to go for a seconder of a deferral for a month?
I think I have to take due cognizance of the planning officer's advice, and I would second Councillor Smith's proposal for a deferral for 1 month to enable supporting information to be submitted. Thank you,
Thank you
Chair.
very much indeed. I'm putting that proposal now to the committee, a deferral for 1 month.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, Tommy, yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Before you proceed, if I may suggest, could Deirdre perhaps give us some advice on this issue, because this is certainly a departure, and I think maybe we need to consider.
Yeah, go ahead, Deirdre.
Bear with me if Deirdre has anything to add to what Darren has already said for our information, please.
It's really what Darren is pointing out is that there's a requirement in order to get a farm building to have an active and established farm business for 6 years. The agent has made the case that whereas the current applicant has not been active and established for 6 years, there has been farm business here which has been active and established for 4 decades. We don't have any evidence around that, because obviously that farm business has been split. Now, we're not saying it's been split in order to get permission. It was been done on the basis of the uncle dying, and then the will that was split between 2 nephews. So we have no evidence on any active or established business for 6 years. The only evidence we have on file is relating to an active and established business for 2 years from the applicant got his ID business in 2018, I think it was. So we have no evidence of the 6 years. So it's how you get around that policy requirement to have an active and established business for 6 years.
Members, if I could just add as well, I don't think the agent was trying to make that case. I think the case he was making that this shortfall in the years should not stop the building going forward. And I think that was the crux of his case, that yes, there was the uncle farmed, and Derek is now seeking this building. He needs the building to farm. He can't get the farm without the 6 years, and the shortfall of 3 years should not stop the building going forward. And that is something members can think about and make a decision today, really, based on that. Mm-hmm. The further information from the agent in 2015 and 16 is clear, and that it's a third party took over the land at that period. So I don't know whether that will be of assistance in the case being presented.
You okay with that, Tommy?
Clear as mud, Chair, clear as mud.
I know that's... Well, it's always useful to get a bit more information before we actually go to determination, particularly when there is a grey area in regard to policy. So look, I've got a proposal to defer for a month. Are we all agreed? Right, we're agreed. We'll move on to item application number 7. That's LA 10 bar 2018 bar 1175. What? We'll not get it.
Not that one.
I think I've been called to boot here because Councillor Maguire is going to have to go into regen and community. With the best will in the world.
Sorry, Chair, for your information, I've already made provision. There will be a pro tem chair in my absence. So I'm happy to continue with the planning, and Barry will take over RNC in my absence.
I think the issue, Tommy, is just for members' information. We're working on one WebEx license. No? We will? Yeah, I won't get finished in my time. I won't get finished in 15 or 16 minutes. Yeah. I think, regrettably, I'm going to have to pull the last application. We did our best. Thank you very much indeed for your participation. But to be fair to the applicant coming up, we need to give them proper time, and there are speaking rights and everything. So it will take upwards of 20 minutes, I would say. So, members, I have to applaud you for your perseverance in regard to the technical issues that we were experiencing here in the Grange. Thank you very much indeed. And for your continuation with regard to processing the amount of business in front of us. I did not think we would get as far as we did. And that's a reflection on your input, your expertise, your perseverance, and everything else. So I've clapped you enough. So go away. I have to drive home and get my tea as well. So enjoy the rest of the evening, and thank you very much indeed. We'll see you again. I don't think we have another date to be arranged for this. It's just going to have to carry over to the next